You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune in to The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99 WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off for Ned. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow!
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10, empty set. Walk downfield, and that is Hilton again. 1st and goal. Ebron, what a year for him. Eric Ebron, touchdown, Colts.
Slant, caught, touchdown, Marquise Lee, and he punched the ball into the stands.
Deep,
And he's got it. Keelan Cole, touchdown, Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Rum and Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pump cup. Really? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee. I don't know much, but I know one thing. USFL and XFL are merging. Sucks FL is on the way, baby. SUX. Let's go.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. He's the all-American man.
Yeah, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Joey is here. Must be hour number 2, ready to drop a deuce on you. How are you, sir?
I'm doing quite terrible. Thanks to your Braves, my Cubs have not much to left. No, I mean, still in the thick of things here, but it's been a depressing 2 days. As you've noticed, our bullpen is just horrendous. I mean, they can't even throw pitches in the strike zone these days. So it's been a brutal, 2 well-fought games for the Cubs where they had leads, but end with losses and big losses at that.
Yeah, you know, I'm really I'm concerned for the Cubs if they make the playoffs on how they're going to navigate even a 3-game series, because from what I've seen coming out of the bullpen, I mean, that's the big. Now, the one thing you do get if you get to a 3-game series, it's all hands on deck, and some of your guys in the starting rotation can then be put into the bullpen. That's the one thing. I want to see the Cubs get in because I wanted to see a Chicago versus Philadelphia matchup. I think that would be a lot of fun for baseball. Even Chicago versus Milwaukee matchup would be fun for that region. But it's looking more and more like, because Miami has the darn tiebreaker, if the two teams end up in a tie, that Miami. Now the thing is, I think Miami's going to run into it this weekend. I really do. I don't think they're going to win that series in Pittsburgh.
Ooh.
Pittsburgh, to me, is one of those feisty teams. It's going to find a way to win at least one, if not 2 of those games. I think the Cubs are going to sweep Milwaukee. The question is what happens today. Does Stroman come out and pitch much better than he has? We'll say what I was looking at his stats, probably the last month and a half. he just hasn't really been that good? 2 months, maybe? Does he pitch better? Does he just outpitch A.J. Smith-Shawver, a rookie who's getting a chance to start tonight? And if so, can they salvage one game in this series? Also, the other thing is that obviously the Mets and the Marlins are in play tonight.
Yeah, so we have some huge games, obviously, we're going to be discussing. And like you said a little bit earlier, it's the bullpen that's a big question mark. Now, yesterday it was reported that Adbert Alzolay will be returning on Friday, be activated. So that's going to be a big boost. But is it too late? That's going to be the question. I mean, we have to win today because without having the tiebreaker, and I know you have some confidence in Pittsburgh, but to me, the Cubs almost have to win the table, at least win 3 out of their next 4, because with that wild card tiebreaker not being in place anymore like it used to be, where you could play somebody, we're going to come up on the short end if we don't win most of these games.
Yeah, and the Mets are sending David Peterson out to the mound tonight. He is just atrocious.
That don't help.
I don't know what he's doing in their starting rotation. I've never figured that out. He has proven time and time again he's not a starting pitcher in Major League Baseball. I said this in hour number 1 on the show. I believe David Peterson could be a Drew Smyly type that you could put into the bullpen and get some innings out of. So I'm not ready to give up on David Peterson's career, but he needs to get the hell out of New York because they can't get it through their thick skull that he is not a starting pitcher. There's that and the fact that they haven't developed the rest of their pitching, so they keep pushing him into the starting rotation. David Peterson needs to go out, go find somewhere else, sign a 1-year deal somewhere, whatever, get the hell out of New York, and he will have an opportunity to reinvent himself. Can they get a good start out of him tonight? That's the question. The Mets, considering the fact that the Mets will play, I believe they play the Phillies this weekend. So with that being said, because I'm pretty sure that's how their season, they play the Phillies this weekend. Those games mean absolutely nothing to either teams. This is really the Mets' last meaningful game is tonight.
Come on, Mets. Help. You split yesterday. Help me out here.
I know. When I saw that they won the first game of the doubleheader and Kodai Senga was pitching game 2, I was like, dude, the Mets are going to sweep the Marlins. And Senga did his part. He pitched a good game with the Mets offense.
Yeah, it was 2-2 in the 9th, and then the rails fell off. They made an error. It was terrible. But, I mean, like the Diamondbacks are losing right now to the Sox. I mean, they have a Houston this weekend. I hope Chicago, come on, South Side, hold on, get the Diamondbacks in L right now. Even though that's not really in our future, let's try to knock Diamondbacks down a few games. Maybe Astros can take it. So it's going to be a crazy weekend of baseball here.
By the way, can ESPN do me a favor? When they write an article and they say they're developing power rankings on how the teams should be ranked, and I open the thing up, and the first 4, I didn't read the rest. The first 4 ranked exactly the way their records lay. I'm like, what the hell am I reading here, dude? I just closed it. I was like, I'm out. Come on, man. Have some, come on, have some cojones.
That dang
Make
4
an
letters.
observation that isn't just looking at the standings. Anyways, what is your 4 at 4, sir, as we get rolling here on a busy Thursday in the world of sports?
Yeah, and we're going to lead it off the right way. We got to give Acuna even more credit. I know I'm Braves country, and we're doing it all probably since yesterday. But when you hit the 40 homer, 70 steal club, you deserve that significant, being talked about. You hit a record that's never been done before. Kudos to Mr. Acuna because he's been playing a huge role not only in the series but the whole season, as we know.
And can we put to bed this notion that somehow, some way, he's not the MVP of the National League? Can Bill Plaschke of the LA Times shut his pie hole about that?
Oh, Bill Plaschke's terrible. Oh.
Not gonna give it to the Mookie Betts. He has had a very, very good year. Acuna has had an historic year. It's like trying to make the argument last year when Aaron Judge went out and hit 62 home runs that anybody else in the American League should be the MVP. Stop it.
Ugh.
What's item number 2, sir?
Yeah, let's go to item number 2, and that's being tonight, obviously, of Thursday Night Football, Green Bay and Detroit. A little bit of who's in, who's out for things coming your way. Christian Watson expected to play to get his first game action for the Green Bay Packers. And then David Montgomery, who missed last week, will suit up. So that's a couple of big names in a good Thursday Night Football game tonight, Mac.
All right. Item number 3, what you got?
Item number 3, we're going to go, NBA we don't want to talk a lot about, but after the Damian Lillard trade, now it's about where the pieces will fall. Drew Holiday's now going to be open out there. There's a bunch of teams that are interested. Could he maybe go to a team like Boston? Could he go to a team like Miami? Where will Drew Holiday end up now that Damian Lillard is in place in Milwaukee?
I'll be honest with you. I'll let you know my thoughts on that when basketball season starts somewhere around late April. Who gives a crap?
Oh, Damian Lillard, that was one of the biggest stories of that. That was the number one story yesterday, Damian Lillard.
It was if you are a regular season NBA head or if you watched ESPN.
Oh, that's a postseason move. That's not a regular season move.
But it doesn't. But none of this matters in basketball when we're sitting in September. I guess is where I'm getting at with that. Like it's fine. It's a fine move.
That could win him a ring.
I'm not getting on you for putting it your 4-4. I get why you did it. You did it because it was all over the ESPN splattering all over the place. And of course they're splattering all over the place because they've gone all in on buying the rights to NBA TV games. And if they don't get people to start watching them soon, everybody's getting fired. Even the guys who just signed contracts. It'll be weird, but you're going to start seeing like Pat McAfee have to push the NBA. He's going to be.
No, you're right. I already seen.
He's going to be studying, like right before the lights come on. Go, who the hell's playing for what? Hey guys, all right, now we're back to the Pat McAfee show, and let me stand up for a second, and we're going to talk about the NBA. And then he'll go, please, somebody take over this guy. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Touche on that. And then fourth down, the most important, our national pastime, baseball. We have, as we just talked about a lot, the National League wild card is a hot mess. Right now, Arizona is 2 up with a little breathing room, but Miami and Chicago are deadlocked, and Miami has the tiebreaker. So I'm nervous as heck, but we have 4 games left to get out of it.
Yeah, so you got Stroman going tonight. I know you got Hendricks going tomorrow. What is the weekend pitching staff looking like?
Because I know Steele's going to pitch the final game of the season. Let me get the rest of it.
So that would leave – who am I forgetting?
We'll have Wicks on Saturday.
Oh, Wicks. That's right.
Versus Peralta, if they keep it the same.
Wicks is going to be a W. I think Steele's going to step up in a big way. I think that's going to be a W.
Yeah, so I mean, we have.
I honestly think Chicago's going to sweep Milwaukee. I really do. You just got to get some help from the Pirates. Tonight, I have no idea what to expect from this Braves team because I have no idea what to expect from their game plan now that they have wrapped up the National League and they have A.J. Smith-Shawver going out there. I'm going to be honest with you, Joey. There's a very good chance that you are going to get a lesser version of the Braves than what you have gotten in the first 2 games, because it would not shock me if they have Shawver go out there, pitch as long as he can, and then have some of our mop-up guys go out there and mop up. Because now they're down to 1. They're literally down to 1. The magic number is 1 for the World Series. So you're trying to tell me that the Orioles are going to sweep the Red Sox in a 4-game set? It's not happening. So I really don't think they're putting their best.
That being said, though, I could see Stroman getting just rocked. I could see him getting rocked.
Now that's the problem, because they do have the offense in place today. In other words, they didn't give like Acuna the night off or anything like that. So yeah, you are right about that. But man, just get ready to start smacking that ball. That's all I can tell you.
I'm going to smack a few cold sodas, that's for sure.
Yeah, I was hoping we would get good news for you, and Colin McHugh would be coming reinstated on the team because that dude sucks, man. He's worth a crooked number alone.
Oh boy.
All right, well, we got a lot to talk about and a little time to do it. Let's take our break. So when we come back, man, there's a lot of football to get into, along with other stuff going on in the world of baseball. And for some reason, well, when I'm at the break here, I gotta find the remote. I'm watching a rerun of Jameis Winston play the Packers. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. I just looked up, what am I watching? What year is this from? We'll be back here on Braves Country today, 99.1 FM, WQEE. Get it?
Look, you and your mom have a bad history, and neither of you can nurture the other's self-esteem because you've both been damaged by past criticism and shame. Are you okay? I'm working half days, so I watch a lot of Donahue.
Hey, football fans, the Armchair Quarterback Show is back Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. A 3-hour wake-up show that'll cover it all. College football, the NFL, fantasy football, and Major League Baseball. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
Well, Memorial Day has come and gone. Tomorrow, matter of fact, is June 1st. We just showed you the NL East standings. You don't need me to tell you this, but I'm going to tell you anyway. The NL East is over. That's right. It's a wrap. No one is touching the Mets. Tweet me the hate all you want about the Jinx. Nonsense. The Mets will be National League Eastern Division champs, and I don't even think the Braves are going to challenge them. The Phils, please, you've seen them. What are you worried about, Mets fans? The Mets are only going to get better, and even if the Braves do turn it around, it will be too late. The NL East is over.
Is the NL East still over?
Well, look, I mean, yeah, the NL East is unfortunately over now. It's just the wrong team here. And I definitely owe the Braves an apology for not taking them as seriously as I should have. They are the champs until proven otherwise. And it was never really about the Braves. It was about the Mets. I believed in this Mets team. They're good for sure, but not good enough. And there are plenty of reasons why the Mets lost this division outside of this weekend. But the NL East is over, and it belongs to the Braves yet again.
Armchair.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. We're coming at you. We're coming hot in on you, baby. We're coming hot in on you. Coming in hot, baby. We are absolutely, positively getting ready for the postseason. I'll tell you what, and if the Braves get things going here, I'm going to have to actually give credit to this series because I really felt like we were playing flat, and I feel like playing at home and playing in a playoff type atmosphere against Cubs. And look, the Cubs fans have been out in droves in Atlanta this week. It's given everybody on both sides that competitive edge. That's why I feel like when the Cubs leave Atlanta, win, lose, or draw tonight, they're going to be grinding heading into Milwaukee, and the Brewers are going to be about half asleep going, is it Tuesday yet? So anyways, back to the rest of the story. What is this that you send me about the USFL?
Oh, they couldn't do one thing on their own, so let's merge together so we can become one happy thing.
Have they said what the brand's name's going to be?
From what I'm seeing, it's moving towards the XFL way because The Rock's posting about it. It's pretty much saying the XFL, so that's my feel on it.
Well, that's disappointing because USFL has a much better history, so you would have more to. I don't know if it. Problem with the XFL is I think too many people have a bad taste in their mouth from the old XFL. They got really corny and really goofy, and it felt too much like, honestly, when I tuned into it years and years ago, I lost interest because it didn't feel like football. It almost felt like it was put on, right?
It definitely under Vince McMahon. And just to read the mini quote they did put out, it says, subject to customary regulatory approvals, the new league will establish best-in-class operations for most recent of both leagues. The historic combination will anchor professional spring football with substantial capabilities and resources to ensure further growth, that they could grow together. More details to come, which to me says
blah, blah, blah. You know what it sounds like to me? We have no idea what we're doing. We'll get back to you.
They used a few words I'd have to look up. They tried way too hard.
What they ought to do? I don't know what umbrella you want to use the name, but why not do XFL as one conference, USFL as another conference, and then have like a Super Bowl?
I kind of like that.
So do like what the AFL and the NFL did. They merged, and then they had. So I don't know what you want to, what you want to call the umbrella of the two, but I would keep the names USFL and XFL, and then have an umbrella name. And honestly, give it to whoever gave the most money. Call it the Pepsi Football League. You know what I mean? Who cares?
Just get money.
Who cares? Let's go.
Even though The Rock's rich, he lost a boatload of money on the XFL.
Between that and locking arms with Oprah and whatever the heck they were doing with that whole volcano situation, man. People are not on the Rock side like they used to be. So yeah, just sell your soul, get it over with. That's what I say. To hell with integrity. That went out the window, when you went to the University of Miami. You have no integrity. Just go ahead, make some money. Let's go. Okay. Speaking of
real sports,
all joking aside, speaking of joking and things that aren't real, the Colts are number 1 in the AFC South right now. And they welcome in the Rams this weekend. And I'm interested in this game because there's a couple of things. Everything being equal, the Rams are a better team. But this is always one of my famous, watch it, easy. Don't jump on that and think you're going to make some money off of this game. They are the LA Rams coming off a Monday Night Football game, and they will be on the road. They better watch out going into Indianapolis. What say you on this game?
Yeah, and contrary to that, our Colts defense is just, our defensive line is playing outstanding this year. We're one of the teams with the most sacks in football, and it's all led by DeForest Buckner. So really, offensively on the Rams, they're going to be hurt. And Matthew Stafford was sacked 5 times on Monday night. Then they, like you said, go back to California just to come all the way back to Indianapolis for a 12 o'clock start time, which will feel like obviously 10 in the morning there. So I think the Rams come in a little sluggish and lousy. And I'm not worried about our defense. Offensively, though, with Richardson and Ryan Kelly both fully back from concussions practicing today, I want to see how that goes again because, it was nice to have Minshew be capable for a couple of games. He didn't make a mistake, but he didn't do anything to blow the top off either. I mean, just to win a game in Baltimore, we had to have Mac Magee set a record for field goals. So Anthony Richardson back in action with Ryan Kelly under center, hopefully plays turnover free because that Rams defense proves to be pretty good.
Pulling up the line on that game right now, over unders 46.5. I'm telling you, that's way too high.
I think we have an under game there.
God bless. You got to 46.5. There's no way those two offenses are gonna put that together.
Yeah,
a sluggish Monday night game, short week, go on the road. West Coast, East Coast, you know how I feel about those bets. Mm-hmm. This all lines up for not only for the Colts to possibly pull up the upset, but that over never getting close, never getting sniffed.
Yeah, and I mean, truthfully, the Colts should win this game regardless of where they're coming from. Right now, they're at home, even spread on the docket. The Colts got to win this game. They got to get to 3-1. What's lucky for the Colts is they came in last year, so they have the last place schedule. Texans were worse. Excuse me. That's how bad the Texans were. But the Colts have a pretty viable schedule. Must win this game to get to 3-1. I think they'll do so.
Yeah, I can tell you right now, as we speak, I just took that under. I'm in. Let's go.
Lock it in.
Can we get some bad weather in that dome somehow? That would absolutely be the slam dunk right there.
We could keep the window open for you, get a little rain in there.
See, I think what people are thinking when they see that matchup, they're thinking, all right, Rams had a bad game, but Puka Nacua is going to be rolling. Anthony Richardson's back. These offenses are going to be going up. No, they're not. They're not. They're going to be sputtering. They're going to be sputtering back and forth. It's going to be a sputter game. Sputter, sputter, sputter. And you're going to end up in the fourth quarter, and it's going to be like maybe 17-14. And it's going to come down to the last 5 minutes on who doesn't do the stupid thing, and that's the team that's going to win.
If Richardson could just stay turnover free, I'll take it.
That's a lot to ask from a rookie about to face that defensive line.
Oh, yeah. I mean, their defensive line is good, and they have some weapons back there, but this is not the Rams defense of a couple of years ago, so the potential is there to just play some. Don't make the big mistake is all I'm asking. Don't fumble the ball.
Let me ask you this. Is there any sign of Jonathan Taylor? Have you heard anything? Is he just not going to play?
Yeah, listening daily here to Indie Radio, it's just all they talk about is he doesn't want to play for us. But here's the thing. His options are limited. If he wants to make any money at all this year, he has to play in 6 football games at some point throughout this season. So if we're not going to trade him, unless something happens with these running backs like a Nick Chubb, like somebody of that caliber goes down again and somebody wants to overbite on a price tag, he's going to have to dress and play some games for us, or that $4.3 million is gone. So his leverage is low, and we'll see next week when he comes off the pup what decides to be done.
I'm telling you, if I am the Colts, I trade him. I get that cancer out of the locker room. I just go, you know what? Because it doesn't matter, man. If he goes out and has a good game, he comes back and has a good game, then he's just going to complain even more that he's not making money. And I'm not saying he's necessarily wrong. I do believe that these running backs are underpaid. I do. When you line them all up to all the other athletes, especially all the NFL players, it's extremely unfair the way it's set up for a running back.
It is.
But I have not heard one good answer that fixes any of it.
Then again, he's the only knucklehead pulling what he's pulling, so that's what gets me. It's like everybody else is signed up.
No, but he's not the first to do it, though. He's the only one doing it this year.
He's the first to do it under contract, which is the worst part about it. He's under contract for 4. It's not like it was going into a franchise tag. This guy's still on his rookie deal.
Well, because he's looking at it, because he's had injuries, he's looking at it as I want to make my money before.
I fully get it. I get it.
You know, it's just this was bound to happen. It just, and he won't be the last one to do this.
No, it won't.
They've got to fix it. The problem is
the CBA's not up for a long time.
Yeah, the problem is if you were going to change the wording of the CBA that running backs get treated differently, then what the hell is stopping an H back to say, well, I'm a running back now. Huh? I want to get paid. What's stopping a long snapper to say, hey, I ran that one ball that one time in practice. That means I'm a running back. Right. You know, so that's the problem in the whole part of this plan. But I do believe that the running backs, they should be able to get to free agency earlier is the gist of it. Yes. I think they would be happy with that. I think they would be happy with after 2 years because their lifespan is really around 4 to 6 years for most. Not everybody's Derrick Henry. That guy's not human. We're talking about humans. We're talking about the humans, right? And something's got to give because it doesn't look like any of the NFL Players Association. They don't have the running backs back. That's the problem. You know, when you go, so they gotta if they all combine together and say, "Hey, we got to treat our running backs better," things would change. But it's really more of a well, it sucks to suck, man, but you shouldn't have played running back. That's
thanks, but no thanks.
And that's what the owners are banking on. That by far the biggest spineless players association in all of sport for years has been the NFL Association, NFLPA. If you rank them in the, I'm not as adverse on the hockey, but they have changed quite a bit. But we'll just put hockey off to the side. If you rank them, it's baseball, basketball, and football. Football, it gets ran over in their investigation. I mean, in their arbitrations, in their negotiations, everything. All right, next game up. By the way, give me a score of that Colts-Rams game.
I'm going Colts 24, Rams 17.
I think Rams win this one 9-7.
Oh, man. All right.
I want to have your feet up in the fourth quarter going, I got the under. I'm good.
Just one step closer to that AFC South title.
For who?
My Colts.
You think nobody wants to win the National League wild card? Wait till we get to the end of the AFC South title. Man.
Speaking of that, Diamondbacks just lost, so that's
all right. That's
and
good
they play
news.
the Astros, so let's go.
Yeah, I mean that's good news all in all, for everybody that's not a Diamondbacks fan.
Yeah, right.
I saw Tukey was on the mound. I almost took that game today, but got sidetracked. All right, next game up on the docket. Look, this is the big one to me. This is the game of the week. Fins at Bills. Dolphins are going to Buffalo. This is probably, playing right now, the best offense versus the best defense in the NFL. If you go off of what happened the first 3 weeks, not saying Buffalo's got the best defense, but they have played outstanding the first 3 weeks. And if it wasn't for a goofy punt return, they'd be undefeated as well. Dolphins at Bills. Oh, and by the way, would the NFL love to start flexing today?
Yes.
Jeez.
All New York this weekend on the prime time.
Oh, can we? The all New York, and they didn't get the one team that's relevant. The Bills and the Dolphins, I think, are a 1:00 kickoff.
Correct.
And then we're going to get stuck with Taylor Swift versus Zach Wilson.
She's going to be at the game again. Oh, my God.
I'm sure she is.
No, it was already reported. That's how much these Swifties are.
Well,
I'm telling you.
She has a place in New York. So
makes sense.
That doesn't – once I saw what I saw on Sunday and I saw who they played next, I was like, there's no way she doesn't want to make an appearance on Sunday Night Football. She'll be taking Carrie Underwood's job by next week.
Dude, I was just going to – you took the words right out of my dang mouth. You took the words right out of my mouth.
The biggest problem is, though she may be more popular, she may have more money, she ain't got them gams that Carrie Underwood has, man. Carrie Underwood's got them legs that'll freaking choke you to death. But any way you look at it, Big Bird will be in the building.
Zing!
Someone put a video out. I do not remember this of Travis Kelce. Maybe you do. To me, it's water under the bridge at this point, but people are upset about it. Did you know that Travis Kelce was one of the I don't remember what year it was, 2019-ish, something like that. He was one of the NFL athletes that was kneeling during the national anthem.
Oh, I did not remember.
I don't remember that. I mean, I might have known it at the time, and I probably rolled my eyes and said almost every moron's out there doing this at this point, right? But there's a video, there's a picture. It's all been circulating of him kneeling during the national anthem. I was like, man, that's not good for your brand, pimp. That's all I can tell you.
Can't
no matter how you look at it, you were on the wrong side of history.
Can't take it back.
Yeah, that's not good. Did you? Oh, God! Can't believe we talking about this.
Here we go.
Letter that Colin Kaepernick sent to the New York Jets, where he's bootlicking them, telling them that he will even come in and play. What do you call it? On the practice squad. You see this?
Yes, I just shook my head.
It is so I don't have it in front of me. I wish I did, but it's a long, long letter that he sends out. This is after he sat there and sued the NFL and said that he wanted nothing to do with them and how they were evil and blah, 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 blah. Has he already gone through all the money that Nike gave him stupidly?
It's like teams know you're out there, buddy. Nobody forgets about you. You come up once in the news every 6 months. The problem is you haven't played a good or meaningful football games in damn near a decade. Nobody wants to talk to you or hear from you. It's over. It's that simple.
He hasn't been worth a damn since the 49ers went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, when they beat Green Bay.
Every next year he sucked. I'll never forget. I know I've told this story before, but I'll never forget winning a playoff game in my fantasy football championship because the guy I played started Colin Kaepernick, and if he had just forgotten to start a quarterback that day, he would have beaten me by about a point. But because he started Kaepernick got him negative points. You know how hard it is to get negative points from a quarterback? That's how bad he was.
Oh, man.
And you know what he's trying to do? He's trying to get signed. And so he's saying all the right things right now, right? Then he's going to get signed, and the first thing he's going to do is make a big spectacle of everything. He's going to be right there in New York City. Yeah, the only thing dumber than the Jets not doing anything and going out and finding a quarterback is going out and finding Colin Kaepernick.
Yes.
That's the only thing dumber.
Oh, boy.
Jeez Louise. All right.
How about the Dolphins and Bills?
Speaking of that, who wins that game?
You know what? I know Miami's been electric, and I know they are 3-0, and I know what they have to offer. But that being said, Buffalo at home in this ball game, like you said, they could easily be 3-0. Miami usually doesn't play good down there. I know it's not completely bad weather yet, but that being said, I think Buffalo rises to the occasion and says, hey, don't forget about us, National Football League. And I think they get this one in a barn burner, 31-28.
If they don't win this, that division could be over. Because I don't see the Jets. I know they were my preseason pick, but without Aaron Rodgers, it's been an absolute dumpster fire. Mm-hmm. I don't see the Jets turning it around unless there's some quarterback out there that, and it ain't Trevor Siemian, but
oh no, that's almost as bad as Kaepernick.
They need to convince one of the college quarterbacks to go into the transfer portal and transfer to the Jets. That's what they need.
What
you doing, man? Come on over.
I don't get why the Jets would not sign Carson Wentz. I just don't get that.
I don't either, man. That now Matt Ryan would be a just disaster.
Yes.
Every picture I've seen of Matt Ryan recently, I mean, dude,
keeps getting smaller.
Yes, dude. Even our buddy Brian could take him in a fight right now. He is a stick. But my puppy could take Matt Ryan down right now
easily.
But yet, I mean, Carson Wentz. Why would you not at least entertain the thought? You bring him in, see what he's got.
Yes.
You can at least tell your fans, guys, he ain't got it anymore, man. All right, fair enough. But I've heard it said a couple of times the last couple of weeks. I'm going to stick by this. If the current general manager, in fact, the entire front office of the New York Jets, we'll say, had not been the ones that drafted Zach Wilson would have been gone a long time ago. But because they feel like they've got to make it work because they drafted them, their job's on the line. And it's a bad way to do business. Sometimes you make mistakes and you whiff on a pick, right? Sometimes you do. You got to be smart enough to go, bye.
It would have been like a Josh Rosen thing, right? Drafted him a year later. They shipped that guy out of town, new people. I mean, I see a similar thing that could have happened.
Well, don't worry. It'll happen next year.
It's coming.
I'm sorry. You gone, baby. Bye-bye.
Well, you know, it's funny. I saw like a guy showing highlights of Zach Wilson. They're like, what happened to this guy? And they're showing his college highlights against like Texas Tech State. Like, it's like, dude, this is the National Football League. Not everybody's meant for big boy football. It is what it is.
Yeah. Nobody's impressed by him banging MILFs anymore, are they? They're all like, dude, we're starting to think that you were hitting on the MILFs because you couldn't get anyone in your own league. Right?
Opposite.
Right? Yeah. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes they go, hey, you know what? Maybe he's dating these women who are much older than him because the ones his age are like, ugh.
What happened?
Something happened. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, Notre Dame Duke, Thursday night football, our locks, rocking and rolling here on a Thursday here on Braves Country Today. We'll be right back.
Fatigue makes cowards of us all. You can't play fatigued. Therefore, it's up to you to be in prime physical condition. You've got to keep yourself in prime physical condition because a fatigued player is a coward.
Armchair.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling waxed paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
He batted .321 or better over 9 consecutive seasons and stole 436 bases. Although he was short and weighed barely 120 pounds, he tripped opposing runners on the base paths, blocked them, spiked them, and rarely complained when they did the same to him. We'd spit tobacco juice on a spike wound, he remembered, rub dirt in it, and get out there and play. Mayhem seemed to follow John McGraw wherever he went. When he got into a fist fight with the opposing third baseman in Boston in 1894, both benches emptied. Fans began brawling. Someone set the stands on fire, and the entire wooden ballpark and 170 neighborhood buildings went up in flames.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Here we go again, baby. Here we go again, baby. One more time this year. One more time. I really wish there was a way we could win and y'all could win, buddy. I really do. I want to get the whole World Series, the home field advantage throughout the playoffs knocked out, but I want to see the Cubs in the playoffs, man. I'm sorry. Nobody wants to see the Marlins in the playoffs, man. I'm just telling you right now.
The ratings don't, that's for sure.
No! You know what they ought to do? They ought to play that series in Miami, and we can pretend like it's a COVID series again in 2020 when there's nobody in the freaking stands.
Let's do it.
Let's get it.
Get it.
If the Cubs were not to make it, and let's say we end up with the Marlins and the Diamondbacks. Ugh. Anyways, let's say we get up with the Marlins and the Diamondbacks. I would prefer to see the Marlins play the Phillies and the Diamondbacks play the Brewers because I think those would be better series. If we end up with the Brewers and the Marlins, the over-under in every one of those games is going to be like 2.5 runs.
And talk about watching stadiums that make you want to fall asleep.
Yeah. I would much rather see Arizona go to Milwaukee and Miami or Chicago go to Philadelphia. There's something about Arizona and Philadelphia that makes me think, that could be an absolute slaughter. And I don't have anything to base that off of other than the fact that I just feel like Arizona would get pounded in Philadelphia. I think if they get lined up with a team like Milwaukee, who doesn't have a big offense, Arizona can hang. I don't know if they'll win the series, but they can hang. They go into Philadelphia, whoop, 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 it's over.
Good luck.
All right, Notre Dame, Fighting Irish. Again, by the way, the Fighting Buckeye sandwich that we made for the game, holy cow, that was good. That was a phenomenal sandwich. It was a Reuben that we did a twist on. We put a little homemade French fries on. This week, you can see the video. We'll probably play it tomorrow night's game. We should have it put together by then. And then, of course, on the Saturday show, we are doing, the old bangers and mash. We're doing bangers and taters for the Atlanta Falcons, Jacksonville Jaguars going to London. And we taste tested it this afternoon. Whoa.
Watch out.
It was good eats. It was good eats, man. So
I'm getting hungry.
Look forward to that. All right, let's get into Notre Dame Duke. This is a sneaky big game. No one's going to be talking about it other than probably us on Saturday morning. But I think this is a huge game for both sides.
I think game day might be there, or I could be wrong.
They should be.
I think they are there.
I mean, my God, if you're going to go to Colorado for Colorado State, then you should go to undefeated Duke hosting number 11 Notre Dame.
Yep, that is game day.
All right.
That's cool.
Good job, game day. That's also because it's the ABC night game of the week.
Mm-hmm. Well, I tell you what, I mean, this game, it's a very scary one for my Irish for a multitude of reasons, but the one being biggest, 2 losses, it makes your playoff chances immensely harder, and then we still have to play teams like USC and a couple other Clemson's in there who, battled with Florida State over the weekend. So this is a must-win situation in my eyes for the Fighting Irish. I'm not worried about them being on the road. They're pretty battle-tested. I just want to see how they respond after that crushing loss because, to be quite honest with you, I'm not quite over it yet. But these guys have a lot more stones than I do, so I hope they are and they come out kicking butt on Saturday.
Well, look, you still essentially destiny's in your hands. If you run the table, you're going to the playoffs.
Yep.
There's no way in hell there's going to be like 6 undefeated teams. Everyone freaks out about that in September. It never happens. By the time we get to November, you usually have like 1 standing. If you win the rest of your game wins against like Duke and USC and whatnot, Notre Dame's going to be there, man.
Yeah, it starts Saturday though, right? You got to win it. Yeah.
You absolutely have to win Saturday. If you lose Saturday, then good night, Irene, because you don't have a conference championship game to even dream about getting back into it.
Exactly.
It is, in my opinion, the biggest game of the day. I just think a lot of people are going to sleep on it because it's Duke.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're going to look at the brand of Duke and not realize that Duke was very, very aggressive in the transfer portal. Now, look, Clemson was a better team than Duke in that game 1. If you watch that game, Clemson was going up and down. They just kept turning the ball over.
Exactly.
It was ridiculous. It was almost like a Hollywood script.
It's like they tried to.
Yeah, I mean, they were literally like on the doorstep like 3 times and kept turning over the ball. So, but Duke, what Duke is hoping for, obviously to win the turnover battles, but they need to keep this a low-scoring game because if they get into any kind of a shootout, Notre Dame's got the edge.
Exactly.
By the way, you're Fighting Irish, 5.5-point favorites. I like that one a lot.
I like them to win by 7.
7? What are we talking about? Double digit.
Yeah.
Double
All
digit.
right. Like I said, I think I'm just still stuck on that crushing loss, but I'll have them winning this game for sure.
I'm calling it like I see it. I think Notre Dame's going to come out fired up. They went up against a very, very physical and very good Ohio State defense that I think a lot of us did not expect to see that level. What's the score? What you got?
I'm going to go Notre Dame. I think they come out big on offense this game. Estime and Hartman get back to reality. I think they win this game 31-27. I'm going to change it to my 7-point a little bit. 31-21 Irish.
Very, very similar. I got Notre Dame 35-24. 35-24. They're going to wake up the echoes and get back into the top 10.
With Lou Holtz, your Lou Holtz impersonation, can you do the Daffy Duck?
I actually saw him. So I didn't know it. So where he's being interviewed is, do you know what outlet he's on?
No.
I saw this yesterday. It's on Outkick. That's
right.
coming from. I had no idea. I was like, where are they interviewing Lou Holtz? And sure enough, they show a clip of him. And he's like, he was sputtering and backpedaling. I was like, get out of here, man. Get out of here. I still like Lou Holtz, man, but, I never liked listening to him. Like, I like Lou Holtz. I like the theory of Lou Holtz.
Mm-hmm.
I like it as a figurehead. I like to see him just wave to the crowd. That's it. If he wants to yell at "Go Notre Dame," fine, but that's it.
Keep him out of it.
Give him credit. He was very gloves off in the interview. This was after the game. This is after Ryan Day said what he said. He was very gloves off. He didn't do the typical, oh, shucks, da-da-da. I mean, he was basically, he gave Ohio State credit, but he was, what I liked about what he said, even though you had to hear that, what I liked about what he said was he was basically saying that Ohio State was finally playing physical football, Anyways, Ryan Day took offense. Like, Ryan Day, dude, this guy, he's been irrelevant in college football in decades. Why do you care what he says?
The dude's old as dust.
Lions, Green Bay tonight. What's the line you're seeing on that? You got a line in front of you on that one?
Right now, Detroit Lions 2.
Detroit Lions 2-point favorites?
Yep.
I think they got to win this game. I don't think you can go into Green Bay, lose this game. I'm not saying you can't get back into the NFC West picture, but you're playing with fire there. And also, if you're supposed to beat the Lions, remember the Lions were supposed to be it? They're supposed to be the team. Remember we heard all that nonsense?
The biting kneecaps.
You got to beat Jordan Love, don't you?
You do, but I'll just spill the beans right now. My lock is the Green Bay Packers tonight, taking the 2 points. I'm taking both of them. I don't think Detroit steps up to the challenge as they did in week one.
Well, now I really like the Lions. See, I wasn't sure at first, but now that you're on the Packers, I love the Lions.
Hey, I hit 3 out of my last 4, so I'm ready to rock and roll, baby. Let's have a good time.
I thought you were betting on the Cubs recently. That doesn't sound right.
No, the Cubs, I said I would take the Cubs on Tuesday, but I'm not going to do it. And I'm glad I didn't do it because it would have totally come back to bite me. I can't take – I was about to –
revisionist history over here.
I can't take my heart bets anymore. They just don't turn out. What a shocker, right?
Since you're giving your lock, I'll go – give me a score on that game.
I'm going to go Packers 24, Lions 23.
Packers 24, Lions 23.
Just edging the over.
What is the over? 46, 47?
45.
45. I'm going to take the over in the Braves-Cubs game tonight. It's 9.5.
I don't blame you.
Come on now. Every one of these games has been ping pong. Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop. And now the Braves have essentially locked up home field. There's a very good chance you don't see any of our big boys in the bullpen tonight, that they're going to save them for like a couple of, probably 2 appearances this weekend to get them ready for next week. Like if I'm Snicker, I'm using AJ Minter and Iglesias and any of my back end bullpen guys. I'm using them Saturday and Sunday. I don't even care what the score is. I'm using them Saturday and Sunday to kind of wear them down so that they can have some rest and get ready throw one bullpen session and be ready for next Saturday.
You guys must have set a record for coming back when you were 1-1 down. I feel like every inning past the seventh. Cubs up 1. Nope, not any longer. You guys just take it right back.
Well, we just need a handful of home runs to get the all-time home run record.
Insane.
But I haven't been counting that down. I'll be honest with you why. It seems like an empty record unless you win the World Series. Then you go, oh, yeah, and this team did that. Because do you know who holds the record, Joey? For the most home runs?
I would guess the Yankees if I had to guess.
That's the problem. The team that holds the record, the 2019.
What?
Do you remember anything about the 2019 Minnesota Twins?
Oh, my. Oh.
Only thing I can tell you about that is Eddie Rosario was on that team because he was one of the 6 guys that hit 20 home runs or whatever. And that Nelson Cruz was probably 58 years old at the time playing on that team. That's it. So that team sucked. Okay, I'm sorry. That team sucked. So I don't get excited about, we can get – it would be cool, but honestly, we win the World Series, I'll go back and look at our stats then. The 40-70 is a little different because that's going to stand out to you. But the team records, I just don't feel like anybody pays attention to that nonsense. I mean, before that, I remember for the longest time, I don't know if that's the one that they broke, but for the longest time, the team that had the most home runs was some crap-driven Colorado Rocky team, like in the 90s, late 90s, early 2000s, that had like Galarraga and Vinny Castilla. But they didn't do anything. They didn't win any games. They just hit home runs. What better do? What's your walk?
My walk-off is, please, Braves country, please, for the health of my sanity. Cubs, I need a win tonight. You guys have it all locked up. Go Cubbies. Please give us one.
My walk-off is, we'll see you tonight, 7:20. Get your brooms warm, Braves country. I wish there was a way y'all could win too, man. But I can't. It's not in my DNA to pull against my Braves. I just can't.
I know.
But good luck anyways, and hopefully when I see you on Saturday, you're at least on a 1-game winning streak in Milwaukee. Huh?
See you later.
See you later, alligator.
Go Cubs.
Go Bravos.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Armchair.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th, right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback, the All-American man.
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record, pure gold. His courage, pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine.
Armchair
presents the world's first star in your own radio commercial. Okay, guys, whenever you hear this sound, Insert your name.
Hi there.
Braves country.
Sorry I'm late. Sometimes there just aren't enough hours in the day to be a neurosurgeon and a swimwear model. Oh, am I thirsty? How about it?
Braves country.
Got anything tall and cool? Oh, those.
Braves country.
You are so thoughtful. But of course,
Braves country.
The first choice for every occasion. You know, I have a confession to make. If I ever had a son, I'd want to name him
Braves country.
Oh.
Braves country.
Come here. Now.
Braves country. Braves country. Braves country.
Well, you did very well in your first commercial.
Braves country.
Have a
Braves country.
You've earned it.
Armchair.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman The ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him, kill the umpire, shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Well, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com/Braves Country.
You're in Braves Country.
How about it, Braves Country? All right. We are exactly 1 is the magic number. 1 is the loneliest number, right? 1. We are 1 win away or a Baltimore loss for the best damn record in all of baseball, and which would give us the best chance of bringing home another World Series trophy, because the road to the World Series will run through Atlanta if that happens. We just need 1 win in the next 4 days, or Baltimore to lose once by Sunday. And the Atlanta Braves last night, in case you might have missed it, a little bit of history took place last night, 40-70. We're going to jump into that pretty quickly. And in case you might have missed it, we'll go over this here in a little bit. I guessed right. I didn't have some intel, but remember last night I was telling you I thought there was a good chance that A.J. Smith-Shawver would get the ball tonight. That's exactly what is going to happen. You got to look at the big picture, and with us not playing on Monday, there's no real reason to keep a guy who started earlier in the week on the roster, because all this resets come postseason. There's no real reason to keep him on the roster if you're not going to use him in the next several days. And we'll get into the Darius Vine start. We'll get into everything, but I did want to play. Now, this is Ronald Acuna Jr. being interviewed after the game, getting the 40-70, the famous 40 home runs, 70 stolen bases. I'm sure T-shirts are already being printed for those that are with it and know that people are going to want these shirts to wear in the postseason and whatnot. But the 40-70 club, there's one man, and it's Ronald Acuna Jr. This is Ronald Acuna. Obviously, it is his interpreter, and we had to clean up some of it because his little girl was at the podium with him, and she was rubbing the microphone and doing all that kind of stuff. But it's funny if you see it. It's awful if you're just hearing it. So we cleaned that part up. But here is Ronald Acuna Jr. talking about the famous 40-70 club.
Really, really grateful for my teammates, the coaches, support staff, and all the fans out there supporting us the whole time. It's really an incredible moment.
Well, I think about that. I mean, we've asked you about 40-60, all these numbers. 40-70, does it wow you as much as it does everybody else?
It was one of those numbers that, wasn't impossible, but seemed impossible. Thankfully, we were able to get it done.
How much sweeter is it for it to happen in that circumstance?
That was the most important thing, that we were able to sort of to change the momentum there and take over the lead and then win the game. And it felt like a playoff atmosphere, and hopefully we can take that going into the postseason.
Yeah, thank you.
So that was actually Acuna at the very end saying thank you. And you could hear his little girl playing with the microphone, but we cleaned up the part. I mean, it got really into the weeds as far as all you could hear is, and all that kind of stuff. So and plus whenever we do these, we always clean up the part where they're asking Ronald, then the interpreter asks Ronald, then Ronald talks to the interpreter, et cetera, et cetera. Just makes it for a lot easier listen. Him going to the 40-70 club, I mean, it's cool. It's one of these things that who knows if that'll ever be broken. He's probably the only one that can break it that's currently playing Major League Baseball. You would think someone's going to join the club with the easier. Now, look, you cannot overlook the fact that the bases are closer together, and so that had a lot to do with the 70, but nothing has to do with the 40. I think the bases being closer together probably allowed him to get to 40-70. I still think he would have got to 40-60. I really do. I don't think it made that big of a difference on a guy like Acuna. It makes a bigger difference on a guy who's not typically stealing bases to go and get that extra base. But a guy like Acuna who normally steals them with ease, and we've got a few guys on our team like that, that's the couple extra feet is not making a big deal. What it is making a big deal on is the ever presence of needing that speed on your team. In years past, we did not have as many kids on our bench that could come off and deploy their speed as they have made it abundantly clear they want that ability in the postseason this year. You think of someone like Nicky Lopez. Would they have gone out and made the trade for Nicky Lopez if it wasn't for the fact that he's got a solid stick, but his base running's very good as well, and you can use him in a number of different ways. If the base running wasn't a bigger deal, then I believe we probably would have ended up making a trade for someone who's coming off the bench who has a little more pop. But that was the design by Major League Baseball, right? To get more action, to get folks running, to get the whole point of this was, and we've been doing this show for a long time. And I can remember talking about this back in the 2015 era 2014, 16, you have it, you name it. The Braves were striking out a lot and they weren't running, and it was a boring watch. And when you're not winning, it adds to it. But even when we started winning in 2018 and 2019, man, was that a boring watch, because you would get these strikeouts and they would dominate the game. And it wasn't just on the Braves side, but the Braves were striking out a lot back then because, we had young batters that were learning the game. So with all that being said, I think it's imperative that we have a Nicky Lopez to go to off the bench, that the fact that you can go to a Forrest Wall in any given moment. You've got some other options that they may choose. I can't wait to see what the playoff roster is going to look like, and we'll obviously take a look at that. Once the season ends on Sunday, we're going to do a playoff special show on Monday to be able to talk about what is, because there are no games on Monday in baseball. The wild card rounds start Tuesday, but we'll have an opportunity to look at it and say, all right, this is what we think the Braves roster will look like and what we would like to see. But Forrest Wall is going to be on there. Nicky Lopez is going to be on there. So that's two guys with speed coming off the bench. And I would say the fourth batter, the fourth fielder, is most likely going to be a guy who's got a little bit of speed. It'll be interesting to see where they go, but you're going to be able to carry that one extra player on your team, and that, along with the pitching rotation, that ought to be extremely dicey too, as far as, hey, what are we going to get tonight out of AJ Smith-Shawver? He goes out there and looks phenomenal. He might work himself into that number 3 slot because it looks like Charlie Morton's not going to be able to make it to the postseason. Once again, they can finagle that roster and they can put him in there in game 3, which means you got to kick someone out to the IL and do a lot of maneuvering. But it doesn't sound like they worried about it, because I think their plan is to not have him in the first round, because they could have done the IL much differently. They didn't even really need to send him to the IL per se. The way they did it kind of tells you that they don't expect him to be ready. Now, look, he may be, and they may decide to send someone to the IL, which means they can't be there for the NLCS, but we'll see what happens with that. Anyways, here is Brian Snicker talking about the game last night, talking about Acuna in history, and of course playing a good Cubs team and getting another exciting victory, and he does confirm the AJ Smith-Shawver start.
That's awesome. I was sitting there thinking, oh my God, it was, number one, just a base hit to tie the game was a nasty, nasty pitch that he hit. And to get that bag and score the winning run, I mean, it's about as, you can't take it any farther than that. I mean, that's about as good as it gets. And I thought it was great the way he picked the bag up and show. I think the fans had to love that. And we all did. I know it was really, because it's a special in the moment. And he might be the only human that can break his own records, too.
How about just to see Marcel come through again? There's a lot of guys.
No, that was some kind of game there. I mean, that was like a play. It is a playoff game. I mean, they're, fighting for their life to try and get in, and our guys are, doing exactly what they need to be doing right now in a game like that. They're just, they're trying to win a hard-fought ball game. And, that was about as good as it gets.
How valuable were those innings that Darius gave you tonight?
That was awesome. How he kind of, settled in. And like I said, the last 2 innings were his best. Kind of happened one of the other appearances. But just, his composure, and he slows the game down and, uses his stuff, moves the ball around, changes speeds, the whole thing. As I said, he's, there's a lot to like with that young man. Because like I said, Crane and I were talking today, kind of feel like there's more in there, too, once he gets this thing going.
So you had Acuna hit the grand slam in the postseason the 1 year, and then you didn't have him in the World Series year. Are you kind of excited to see what he can do on the big stage?
Yeah, no, I can't wait when we get that thing going to see what he can do. I mean, the great ones, they have that penchant to love that that spotlight. And he's one of the great ones.
When you mentioned this feeling like a couple playoff games, how beneficial maybe can that be a week ahead of it to have almost like a tune-up and play it?
No, it's good. I think it's great. Anytime you can experience that. And these guys have experienced it a lot in their careers. I mean, like I say, there's no moment too big for them. They've experienced everything that you can in the game. And I think they thrive on these kind of games. I think they would, you'd rather win a 9, but those guys, they don't get down. They don't panic. They love that moment and the baseball provides in that setting.
That was Darius's longest appearance since his debut. What are you looking for next in terms of his development?
No, I mean, it's, I'm not looking for anything. I mean, I'm just, experience. That's the thing you look for with a kid like that, is just experience to keep getting opportunities. I was surprised, honestly. It seemed like that was more than his second start, because he's had some out of the pen. He's experienced a lot of things right now, which is going to be great for him going forward.
Now that you have secured home field advantage, how beneficial might that be?
It'd be great if we get past the first round. I mean, it's, no, I think it's good as we've seen, especially, I think we had it in 21 against the Dodgers, which is big. I mean, you play a team like that, you want to play as many games as you can here. I think that'd be anybody you play. We want to play as many games here as we can. And now we've, secured that opportunity.
Did going to extras alter your plan for tomorrow?
No. AJ Smith-Shawver will be called up to make the start.
So there you have that. I was excited to hear that last night because I really want to see AJ Smith-Shawver get another opportunity. Look, who knows what their plan is for the postseason, but when he went down several weeks ago, I always felt like they were trying to monitor his innings. I mean, remember that, the kid's 20 years old. So he's not used to all these innings. And so they're trying to make sure he's there at the end, at the very, very end, that he is there. He's probably not going to be a part of the big picture. I feel like had Charlie Morton not gone down, he was probably going to be the guy they were going to lean on out of a bullpen scenario. But when the Charlie Morton thing happened, they're now going to see. Now, look, this could end up being like a bullpen game. That's the other thing. We don't know how long AJ will go because he had been in the bullpen for quite a bit. Now, they've stretched him out a little bit down on the farm, but not a whole lot. So I don't expect him to go a long stint. But he could be a part of a bullpen game in Game 3 of the NLDS. We've talked about a number of different ways that they could approach this. I love the idea of leaving Elder off the roster for the NLDS and going with the bullpen game. But when I say a bullpen game, I don't mean that we're using our worst bullpen pieces. I'm talking about going out there and firing on all cylinders and putting our best foot forward. You could start with an AJ Smith-Shawver and then go to a Jesse Chavez, which bridges to a Tonkin, or a Jackson Stevens if they manipulate the roster in that way. I feel like Stevens has pitched pretty well. He definitely has the bite on his pitch back, but it really comes down to how do they want to manipulate everything. And so you could, we've talked about this before. You can do the same thing with Jackson Stevens. You could, in theory, put someone on the roster for games 1 and 2, knowing fully well that you are going to send them packing for game 3 and bring up that third arm. It means you're going to lose them for the NLCS, but depending on who it is, you may be fine with that. So it's going to be an interesting build of this roster. And you better believe they've already got the plan in place. They just don't tip their hand, because if something goes wrong, if one of the guys doesn't look good, or there's an injury or whatever, they don't like tipping their hand because then they got to explain that away in the media. So it drives us crazy as fans because we want to know, but it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense why they do what they do and how they do it. The Braves get that big win last night, and real quick to put a cap on that, I mean, what a game that was once again. Another nip and tuck, come from behind victory. We're down 3-1. We tie it up 3-3 going to the ninth. We give up the run at the top of the ninth. Then the Braves come roaring back and tie it in the bottom of the ninth. And then you get the ghost runner involved. Chicago does a good job of getting their ghost runner home. And then Atlanta really stepped up in a big way. Yeah, these games are important when you consider the fact that you want to be playing well. I think that's more important than anything as opposed to the home field advantage. You want to be playing well heading in to your break because I don't know how they're going to keep the rust off, but they're going to try like hell. I mean, you almost want to schedule a scrimmage with the Dodgers, or what are the other teams getting the buys? Baltimore or whoever. I mean, that's what you really want to do. Or schedule a scrimmage with one of the teams that didn't make the playoffs. Say, hey, you got any guys that you want to see one last time? Why don't you pull up at Truist Park Tuesday afternoon, Wednesday afternoon? Let's get a couple of these scheduled. I would love to see that. It won't happen, but I would love to see it. So the Braves go out there, Jesse Chavez. You know, it's really strange. It's one of the reasons why the win has been devalued. Jesse Chavez could have gotten the loss last night, even though he didn't give up an earned run because of the ghost runner. I still say they've got to come up with a new statistic for that. Because if you get the loss when a runner was placed on second base, nobody out to start the inning, that's not in line with what Major League Baseball has been for 150 plus years. It's not what the win and loss was designed for. But Jesse Chavez got the win, and though he didn't really deserve the win per se, if you talk about the guy who really deserved it, once again, Michael Tonkin comes out of that pen and holds the fort. He's had a couple of bad outings, but all in all, Michael Tonkin has been phenomenal this year out of that bullpen. And I've got faith in Tonkin in the postseason. I don't necessarily want him in the 8th inning, 9th inning of a lot of games, but I think he could hold the fort if we're in the middle of a high scoring game. I think he can stop the bleeding. You know, he had the bad outing against the Phillies back on September 18th where he gave up 3. He had a bad outing against Miami where he gave up 2 in just a third of an inning. And then he had the bad outing against Pittsburgh on the 9th where he gave up 2. But that was a little bit of a funk that I think he may have started to right the ship a little bit. Looked a little better against Washington. Gave up a run, but it was 1 run over 2 innings. I mean, if you play that out in real-time baseball, that's 3 runs in 6 innings. That's a quality start. He was lights out in the Dodgers series. Pitched very well against the Giants. Couple of times he went out there against the Giants. I mean, he's been really good. And though we gave the game ball to Acuna for obvious reasons, you could have made the argument for Tonkin. I thought Darius Vines had a very good start, much better than I think a lot of us expected. He went 6 and gave up 2 earned, 3 total runs. And I said at the beginning of the broadcast, if we could get a quality start, and that's a quality start out of Darius Vines, we're ahead of the game. Jameson Taillon went out there and pitched a game unlike Jameson Taillon. He goes out there and gives 6 innings, 2 earned runs, a guy who's got a 5 ERA. And does not have blow-away stuff, but he was pitching well. I'll tell you something else that Taillon did that I noticed that he changed from that start to a couple of starts that I kind of glanced over getting prepared for the game. He pitched much quicker. And that had to have been a concerted effort. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, We're going to talk about the playoff races, get you up to date on everything going on in Major League Baseball in the playoffs, and we'll take a look at this final game against the Cubs where A.J. Smith-Shawver, baby, the SSAJ, is going out on his next voyage. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Today. Keep it locked in here. 99.1 FM WQEE and Braves Country Radio HD.
History began on July 4th, 1776. Everything before that was a mistake.
I want to be the first person that's an honor and a privilege to congratulate Ernie Johnson going into the Sports Broadcasting Hall of Fame.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Chuckster, what are you talking about?
They told me, and they said, would you do this? I said, it'd be an honor. It's an honor and a privilege to tell you, Ernie Johnson, congratulations, brother.
Yeah.
Man, that is awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you guys. And whoever is responsible for that, whoever votes on that, I am humbled beyond words. Been at this for 34 years at the same place, been over 40 years in broadcasting, and I'm stunned. So thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night in bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
On September 6th, 1995, 5 months after the strike had ended, the Orioles faced the California Angels in Baltimore. Tickets for this game had been sold out for months. After 4.5 innings of play, the game was official. Cal Ripken had played in 2,131 consecutive games. It would be 3 more years before he finally took a day off. By then, Cal Ripken had played in 2,632 straight games.
Welcome back, Braves Country Today, as we are taking a look at, we're going to take a look at the playoff scenarios. Going to read you off a couple of things that the tiebreaker rules. This won't happen, but in the American League, Astros, Mariners, Rangers, Blue Jays, if they all end up tied, the Blue Jays are out because of the different tiebreakers. You don't really need to get in the weeds on why. Just know that the Blue Jays are out. That's not likely to happen. Right now, if you're looking at the standings in the wild card, well, first of all, let's look at the actual division in the American League West, because that really takes a big, that's big picture stuff right there. The Rangers are most likely going to win the division. They do need to win a game in Seattle. They have a 4-game series. A 4-game series starting tonight, 9:40 first pitch. And if they win one of those games, they're going to knock out Seattle. If they win 2 of those games, or Houston loses 2 games the next couple of days, that would knock out Houston. So there's a lot on the line in that fight. And by the way, did y'all see that the brouhaha that took place in Seattle? Benches cleared with the Astros and the Mariners. And I was watching the game live. I didn't have the volume on at the time. It was later in the evening. I was watching the game live, and I looked over and I saw it happening. So I rewound. I was like, what the hell just happened? Hector Neris, the reliever for the Astros, struck out Julio Rodriguez. Now, what I don't have is I don't know the history between those two, and specifically what has happened possibly this year between those two. And I'm thinking maybe he's hit a home run and, Cadillac'd it. But what he did to Julio Rodriguez, I don't have a problem with him basically telling him to sit down, shut up, whatever he was saying. It was the fact that he aggressively marched towards Rodriguez in a manner that any guy out there knows it's go time. For those who didn't see it, he struck out Julio, and Julio's walking back to the first base dugout. It ended the inning, by the way. There was a runner on base. It ended the inning. The Astros are in the third base dugout. So, if he wanted to go all, what was his name, Joe Kelly, if you want to go all Joe Kelly and pump his fists and talk some smack because maybe he Cadillac a home run earlier on Neris, whenever it was, I don't have any problem with that. I mean, they've taken out the gentleman aspect of baseball several years ago when Mike Trout, who, by the way, never plays in a big game, so what the hell is he talking about? But when Mike Trout and company started with that whole Rob Manfred fueled let the kids play kind of thing, because they were trying to prevent teams like the Braves. They're trying to prevent Brian McCann meeting up with someone at home plate and telling them to shut their lips, right? But here's the thing with that. If Neris wants to march off the mound, pump his chest, head towards the dugout, I did this, da-da-da, it's one thing. It's another thing. He was marching to the first base dugout, towards the Mariners dugout, meeting right in front of Julio Rodriguez. Julio Rodriguez was like, the hell's your problem? And so the bench is cleared. Nothing happened. It was a bunch of hold me back, because I'm about to say some crazy stuff, but don't let me actually get in a fight kind of stuff. But I don't have a dog in the hunt, but I have to side with Julio on this one. And by the way, Julio was still holding a bat in his hand because he's walking back to the dugout. I was like, what is your problem? If Julio would have chopped him with the bat, I'd have been like, you know what? Play stupid games, get stupid prizes. Not saying that would have been right, but I do remember a few fights over my several years of watching Major League Baseball where there have been these types of things about happen. There's been a couple where they took the bat out to the mound with them. No one ever has actually completed a whack to the ribs with the bat in the middle of a Major League Baseball fight, but you keep up with this stuff, it's eventually going to happen. I mean, you typically only get a base hit once, 3 out of every 10 times makes you a great player. So you got to figure it's going to take us about 10 instances. It's only going to take one knock to the ribs or the knees or something to make that player infamous. Anyways, things are heating up. Playoffs are on the line. In a strange situation where all three teams in the AL West, Mariners, Astros, and Rangers all end up tied, the Mariners actually would claim the AL West title. But they have to sweep the Rangers at home in Seattle, but they have to sweep them in a 4-game series. Not a 3-game series. They got to go a 4-game series. And they just came out of a tough series versus Houston. It's not likely, but I am pulling for Seattle because I'm not a big fan of the Rangers, especially after we had that one knucklehead that was in our chat. I never had an opinion on the Rangers till that idiot in our chat came in here talking a lot of smack. And then, of course, he's been radio silent for months ever since they started spitting the bit. And as far as the Astros, I mean, come on. You can't, unless you're an Astros fan, nobody's pulling for the Astros. Now, you have some other scenarios in Major League Baseball that could come into play. Wanted to hit these up real quick. So in a scenario where the Blue Jays, Astros, and Mariners, the Blue Jays would get the wild card, second wild card, if the Astros, Mariners, and Rangers end up in a tie. The Rangers are then out. That's an odd scenario. And the Rangers know all this stuff, so they know that there's a possibility they could. So it's not like they're just going to be going through the motions. They're trying like hell to win a game to make sure that they get in the playoffs. In the National League, now this is a crazy one. If they go 4 wide for the 2 spots, because the Phillies have clinched the 4th spot, the 5th and 6th spot are still up for grabs. If the Diamondbacks, Cubs, Marlins, and Reds all end up in a tie for the same record. The Marlins and Reds are in. The Diamondbacks and Cubs are out because of tiebreakers. In a scenario, I'll skip that one because that one's not happening. In a scenario where the Diamondbacks, Cubs, and Reds are in a tie, the Reds are in, Diamondbacks and Cubs are out for the second wild card. The third wild card would go to the Diamondbacks. In a scenario where the Diamondbacks claim second wild card, Cubs, Marlins, Reds all tie, the Marlins are in, the Cubs and Reds are out. The Cubs basically hold 0 tiebreakers. The Reds don't hold many, but they literally, the Cubs are going to have a better record than at least one team in this mix, or two technically. If you look at the wild card standings in the National League going into today, and it is a hot mess. You had the Diamondbacks playing the early afternoon game, but going into today, without getting into all that mess, let's just talk about what happens going into today. So going into today, the Diamondbacks are sitting in the catbird seat. There are 2 games in front of the Cubs and the Marlins. They are 4 games in front of, or 4 losses in front of the Reds. The Diamondbacks most likely are getting in. Now, whether or not they get the 5 seed and go play Philly, or they barely squeak in and get the 6 seed, it looks like it's really looking now where the Reds have an outside chance, but they got to be perfect this weekend. They can no longer screw around. They drop a game, it's pretty much over. The Cubs and the Marlins, this is the big one that you're looking at tonight. The Marlins are playing the Mets tonight, 7:10 first pitch. Cubs are playing the Braves, as we all know, 7:20 first pitch. They are right now tied. They're in a flat-footed tie, but the Marlins own the tiebreaker on the Cubs. So the Cubs are looking to not only win tonight with Marcus Stroman on the mound, and it's going to be interesting. We're getting into that in a minute. It's going to be interesting to see what he has in this start, because he has not started in quite some time. But also, the Marlins have Luzardo versus Peterson. I mean, that's advantage Miami right there. Luzardo, very good starting pitcher. Peterson, I'm sorry, but he sucks. 5.37 ERA. I don't even know when he gets guys out, because every time I watch him do a game, every time I do a game that Peterson's pitching, or just watch Peterson pitch against anybody, he's just giving up ropes left and right. He usually does well the first couple of innings, and then once you see him that second and third time through, which is why the Mets have not made him a bullpen guy, is just dumbfounding. One of many mistakes they've made over the last several years. But usually when he comes out of the pen, he's all right. He's okay. He's nothing great. But you see how the Cubs have repurposed Drew Smyly. Drew Smyly's not a great starting pitcher you want to put up. But I'll tell you what, in a pinch, you can go out there and get you an inning, maybe even 2. I'll take Tonkin over him any day of the week nowadays, but Smyly is still solid. Drew Peterson should look at what Smyly did with his career and try to mirror that. It's not going to happen in New York, because New York keeps screwing him up. But Peterson, I could see him resurfacing elsewhere and being okay. But anyways, tonight, you got to look at the Mets are probably going to lose that game. So if you're the Cubs, you're really going to throw all your bullets at this. You got a rookie on the mound in A.J. Smith-Shawver. You got your big fish, though he's had some injury issues recently, and that's what he's trying to fight back from. But Stroman still has good stuff. This is a big, big game for the Cubs, because this weekend, the Chicago Cubs, they're going to be in Milwaukee, but Milwaukee's not putting their best foot forward. They're just not. They're going to start pulling guys. They're not facing Corbin Burns like they originally thought they may. Tomorrow it's supposed to be Woodruff. Who knows how long Woodruff pitches? I wouldn't have him pitch very long if I'm Milwaukee, because you have a series starting on Tuesday, and Woodruff is probably your number 2 guy. So he's going to pitch on Friday and then turn around and pitch what? He'll be available Wednesday, but you want him to go out there and just kind of tune up for a few innings and then get the heck out of the way. Meanwhile, Miami, you look what the Marlins are going to be up against this weekend. They're going to be in Pittsburgh to play a feisty Pirates team that's been playing much better baseball. I think the Cubs have the edge. Even though they're playing the Brewers, Marlins are playing the Pirates, I would much rather play the Brewers this weekend than play the Pirates, because the Pirates have something to prove. They're a young team that's about to hit the offseason. They're going to throw everything they got at you. Milwaukee's getting ready for Tuesday in the playoffs. All right, let's take that last quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk about Braves, Cubs tonight. The SSAJ goes on yet another voyage. We'll have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves right here on Braves Country Radio.
I'm not saying that it's rough where I live, but my Walmart is selling Father's Day cards in packs of 5.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Big Sexy Bartolo Colon is a very fondly remembered player. When he hit a home run against the Padres in 2016, he actually set a record. He became the oldest player to hit his first career home run at 42 years old. Melky Cabrera, in 2012, after getting suspended for high testosterone levels, he made a fake website to try and challenge his suspension. He argued that this phony website he created had given him banned substances without his knowledge. Unsurprisingly, the plan didn't work.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
I will not tolerate profanity, obscene language, or personal insults from my bench. I will always insist, as long as I am manager of the club, that my boys be gentlemen. There is room for gentlemen in any profession. Connie Mack.
Baseball was Mac's livelihood, but it was also his life, and he was worried about the game's integrity. The real name of the man who built the Athletics was Cornelius Alexander McGillicuddy. Born in 1862 to Irish immigrants, he began as a catcher. He spent 11 years in the majors, managed to play every position except third base and pitcher, and vigorously supported John Montgomery Ward and his ill-fated Players' League. In 1901, he became part owner of the Philadelphia Athletics and immediately made himself manager, a post he held for 50 years. Connie Mack became baseball's most conspicuous gentleman, managing in coat and tie, demanding that his players be on their best behavior.
You're in Braves country.
All right, let's finish this puppy in style. Taking you to first pitch here in a little bit. 7:20 first pitch on Braves Country Radio, youtube.com/at Braves Find us. If you're searching, you go Braves Country Radio HD or Braves Country HD. You'll probably find it as well. We're slowly losing the HD, but we're leaving it on for this this final push of the season. Won't get into the weeds on that, but just a heads up, you'll start looking for Braves Country Radio, either way. Anyways, AJ Smith-Shawver, the SSAJ, let's get it. Been a while. There's a few of y'all that follow us on Braves Country Radio that are just like me, big fans of this kid. Can't wait. I'm excited about tonight's game. I can't lie. A game that realistically means nothing because we have one. Our magic number is 1 to win or to secure best record in baseball, which means the World Series goes through Atlanta. But you got to figure you're going to get a win over the next 4 games when you play the Nationals 3 times at home. And you got to figure, if not that, Baltimore most likely will get a loss because if It's not like they're out there doing a whole lot of nothing. You got to look at something else. If you look at the big picture with Baltimore, they are coming to the end of securing the division themselves. And remember how the Braves played after doing that. A young team. They're very close. They have 99 wins coming into today. Right? And when you look at the fact that they're starting a 4-game series at home against the Red Sox tonight, they get that win and they clinch the division, they're not going to be worth a crap this weekend. Like they're going to unplug. They're going to, it's going to be the same thing that the Braves did when they went to Miami. So I'm not worried about whether or not the Braves are going to get the best record. The magic number is now 1. I've always been more focused on let's get the National League. If we ever had to play on the road in the World Series, that's a good problem to have. It means you made it to the World Series. But let's get A.J. Smith-Shawver rolling. Now, if you want to take a look at what Shawver has done, we have not seen Mr. Shawver since July 30th. So it's been almost 2 months. Man, it has felt longer than that. I guess just because we were big fans and they sent him down in late June, so he doesn't pitch for a little over a month. He went from June 23rd to July 30th, starting a game for the Braves. And his last outing, it was okay. 5 innings, 3 earned runs. Gave up a couple of home runs. The biggest problem was the walks. He walked 4. And if he's going to be a part of the plans in October, he's got to keep that down. You go back to his first start, his first outing, he gave up 1 walk in 2 1/3. His first start in Atlanta versus the Nationals, 5 1/3 inning, 2 walks, but no earned runs. His second start, 5 2/3 innings, gave up 6 hits, 3 earned runs, but a quality start, couple of homers, but just 1 walk. Then he went up against some better offenses. He went up against Cincinnati, 3 1/3, 5 earned runs. Went up against Milwaukee, 5 innings, 3 earned runs, 4 walks. That's what I'm going to be looking at tonight. It's not just how many runs he gives up. It's is he giving free passes? And this is a great test, by the way. An absolute great test because he is going up against a Cubs team. They're not just a team that's making a playoff push. This is a veteran-laden batting order. We're not going up against a young team like Cincinnati where they have phenomenal talent, but they're still raw. This is a veteran Cubs team. And if he can go out there and give us a few innings and let's see what he can look like. I know some fans would love to see him go 6, 7 innings and away we go and let's get it. Look, let's be realistic on our expectations. If we can see him do some kind of semblance of what a bullpen game would look like, meaning, and I like to call these an exaggerated bullpen game, meaning you're going to use a lot of your bullpen, but you're not changing your starter out in the first inning. You're wanting him to go at least 2, preferably 3 or 4, meaning and essentially 2 times through the lineup. That's what I want to see. And if he looks great 2 times through the lineup, let's get him the hell out of there. Let's build off of that. And let's go. If they go out there and only give him a couple of innings, I'm okay with that too. Then let's see him again on Sunday. But I want to see the SSAJ could be a big part of the Braves World Series run, especially in the NLDS. Because I'm sorry, as much as I love watching Bryce Elder and I'm pulling for Bryce Elder, I'm a big Bryce Elder fan. He is going to be a problem in the playoffs. You cannot have a guy who is nibbling, missing the zone, putting ducks on the pond. I would rather have an extra bullpen arm and let's get after it. Especially because we're going to have the extra days built in. That's not just for your starters. Think about the fact that we're going to start this series on a Saturday, be off Sunday, play on Monday, be off Tuesday, and they play Wednesday, Thursday, and be off again on Friday. What that means in that first round, and obviously our opponent will have the same advantage, but what that means is you can put your best foot forward every game. You don't have to have a game where you might get this in the NLCS, the World Series, where you're like, all right, man, we've got a 2-1 series lead. We've got Max Fried going in game 5, Strider game 6, but this game 4, we're going to try to piece it together. But if we have to lose the battle to win the war, that may be what happens. You're not going to be in that situation in the NLDS. You can literally go balls to the wall, go out there and get the win on Saturday, go put everything you've got to get the win on Monday to get the 2-0 lead, and then you go in there on Wednesday with a bullpen game. If things are going your way, hey, you might have an opportunity to punch your ticket and end this nonsense and get Philadelphia the heck out of, or whoever it ends up being, I'm assuming Philadelphia, the heck out of Dodge. Get them out of the way. Push them. Get them. Get it. Because you look at what Philadelphia is going to bring to the table, assuming that's who we play, they're going to pitch Zach Wheeler on Tuesday, and then he'll be ready to roll again in game 2 of the series. So we're going to have a decided advantage in game 1. And there's 2 cool schools of thought that you can go with that. You can either put Max Fried out there and then have Strider go head-to-head because he's been so damn dominant against the Phillies, and Wheeler's been dominant against the Braves, right? You could do that. Or you could say, hey, this is the way I would like it. I would like Strider to get the ball in game 1, Max Fried in game 2. That way, if there is a game 5 in Atlanta, all chips on the table, it is Max Fried. And he has got he's a little guy. He's got a bulldog mentality. He really does. He's a guy that I just, you just wouldn't mess with. You just wouldn't. He just looks like a guy that would just absolutely eat glass going into a deciding game. So tonight, AJ Smith-Shawver, what I'm looking for more than anything else, let's keep the ducks off the pond. If you have to give up a solo shot here or there, okay, but let's keep the traffic off the base paths. Because I believe he can do it in the postseason, but he's got to show Snicker and company that he's ready to roll now, because it is a lot of faith to put in to your entire season that you're going to send a 20-year-old kid out to the mound in a game 3 that, look, at that point, I mean, God forbid that it's an elimination game where we're down 2-0, but it very well could be a huge game in the fact that what if you go into that series in Philadelphia down, or not down, but tied 1-1. I fully expect the Braves to hold serve in Atlanta, but you never know. Baseball is a funny game. You're having a lot of faith in a 20-year-old that he's going to go out there and go to the post and let's get it. That's why I know some of y'all still would like to see Bryce Elder. I can't do it anymore. I can't watch this guy just absolutely miss the strike zone. And this has been 3 months in a row. I saw some people put in, there were social media posts in other outlets where they had this huge thread where they were talking about, it looks like Elder's starting to run out of gas. It's a shame. He hasn't been worth the damn in 3 months. He's at an ERA of close to 5 or between 5 and 6, essentially. The high 4s from July to the end of the season. That's awful. You can't keep going out there and expecting things to change. He's run out of gas, and maybe they should have monitored his innings. The problem was they had a couple of guys on the IL. They didn't have that luxury. If the Braves win the World Series and Elder isn't even a part of one of those World Series wins in October, he's still a huge part because he helped us get home field advantage, and that will not go overlooked by me nor a lot of Braves fans. So I'm not bashing him in any way, but if you ran out of gas, if you ain't got it, I'd rather him fight to see another day, live to fight to see another day, than to keep pushing him back out there. All right, pick to click. Let's get into that real quick. Pick to click tonight with Stroman on the mound, and Marcus Stroman comes in with a 10-8 record, 3.88 ERA, and that's what you see big picture. But the longest he has gone since July 15th is 3 innings, 3 1/3, 3 2/3. And he had some injury issues. They put him on the IL. He was getting bombed. This is before he was extremely dominant. And he went 3 innings against Colorado this past Saturday, gave up 3 runs. So I don't know what to expect from him, but I'm going to go pick to click. You know, a lot of the pressure's off of Acuna and whatnot. Let's get Matty off the schneid, but I took him the other night, so I want to go in a different direction. Pick to click tonight. You know, Ozzy's been hitting well. Let's grab someone who hasn't really been rifling it as of late. Man, it's really tempted to go Rosario with the righty-lefty matchup. But give me the rake. Give me Austin Riley to click. I'm going to take the Atlanta Braves to win this one in a higher-scoring affair, considering everything. It's been a high-scoring series. Give me the Braves to win this one. Let's get a real old-fashioned shootout. Let's get a 10-6. We pull away late. 10-6. Go Braves. All right. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Church of Baseball, National Anthem, lineups, all that jazz. Braves fans are warming up the brooms. Can we get the sweep and clinch home field throughout the playoffs before we ever get to Friday night? Can we get it done? Of course, the Cubs fans fighting for dear life in that wild card race. We about to find out around here. Let's get ready.
On a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
You can't drink like me. You can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive. Let's see it. 1 run is in. Here comes Brave. He's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red bells bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're set to bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off and playing right field, the only member of the 40-70 club, Ronald Acuna Jr., 41 home runs, 70 stolen bases, 104 RBI, a .336 average, a .1010 OPS. Ozzie Albies batting second, playing second. 33 home runs, 107 RBI, 13 stolen bases, batting .278 with an .845 OPS. Austin Riley batting third, playing third. He has an .856 OPS and a .279 batting average. 37 home runs, 96 RBI, 3 stolen bases. Matt Olson batting cleanup for your Atlanta Braves. Major League leading 53 home runs. Major League leading 134 RBI. 281 average and a .990 OPS. Marcell Ozuna, the designated hitter with 37 home runs, 93 RBI, 270 batting average, and an .881 OPS. Eddie Rosario is in left field with 21 home runs, 72 RBI, 3 stolen bases, a .765 OPS, batting .257. Travis d'Arnaud is behind home plate with 11 home runs, 39 RBI, 696 OPS, .227 batting average. Michael Harris II will be patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves. He has 18 home runs, 54 RBI, 20 stolen bases, batting .290 with an .803 OPS. Orlando Arcia batting ninth and playing shortstop for your Atlanta Braves. He has 17 home runs with a .751 OPS, 64 RBI, and a .268 batting average. Going head-to-head on the mound from the Chicago Cubs, it will be Marcus Stroman. A.J. Smith-Shawver on the other side. Stroman comes in with a 10-8 record, a 3.88 ERA, 1.25 WHIP, 134 innings pitched, 116 hits allowed, 117 strikeouts, 52 walks, 8 home runs, while A.J. Smith-Shawver comes in 21 2/3 innings pitched. He has a 4.57 ERA, 1.25 WHIP, 17 hits allowed, 18 strikeouts, 10 walks, and 7 home runs given up. We're expecting temperatures in the low 70s by the end of game time tonight here in Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, which seats 41,149. Calling balls and strikes behind home plate tonight, it'll be Mark Rippiger. First base, Phil Cousy. Second base will be manned by Dan Bellino, and down the third base line, it's Shane Livensparger. The Atlanta Braves come in with a record of 102-56, 50-27 at home. Chicago Cubs are 82-76, and 37-40 on the road. Atlanta is minus 145 on the money line. The over-under is 9.5. This is game 3 of a 3-game set, which the Atlanta Braves have won both in edge-of-your-seat fashion. The Atlanta Braves have won 3 of the 5 games played versus the Cubs. This is the 6th and final one for the regular season of 2023. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Cubbies versus your Los Bravos on Los Bravos night here in Truist Park. Get your game face on, Braves country.
Challenge accepted. This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
I might audible. How audible I'll use. Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Do it! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Richmond, New York! Richmond, Richmond, Florida, Sally, Buffalo. Check, hey, Short Ox. Do the Raiders. Omaha. Come out.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Darryl Strawberry has gone out to get some sunglasses, so the sun has poked through the clouds here at Wrigley, much to the delight of the fans.
There's a lot of daughters here, too.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. I do apologize for everyone for being late. We had a big meeting and thought I was going to be able to get out of it early, but I decided I needed to be there for some things that were going on, some exciting things. We'll get more into it as the game goes on. Probably talk more about it in the show tomorrow. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley is high and out of the zone from Assad. Hey, we've already ran out Marcus Stroman. It's 1-0. Righty-righty matchup. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball right down the pipe at the knees. 1-1. Let me get the scoreboard set up. We have to do it on the other one because if I'm not here, all kinds of goofy junk gets on your screen. The 1-1 from Assad. Swung on, hit high, deep down the right field line. Bending foul. Out of play. Well, not out of play, but up against the wall. Suzuki couldn't quite get to it. Get that set up. There you go. Now that should be a little better view for y'all. Braves lead this baby 4-1 in the bottom of the third. The 1-2 pitch on the way. In the dirt, 2-2. For those of y'all listening on radio, I do apologize that we were late coming on tonight. Said we had a meeting I realistically didn't need to miss. So we are back in action. The Braves lead at 4-1. We'll get you caught up on how we got here. Austin Riley's 1 for 1. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on, lifted high and deep, going back on the track. Over the head of Suzuki, off the wall, and here comes Austin Riley. He's a chugging, he's a lugging, he's a heading for third, and your Atlanta Braves have a leadoff triple here in the bottom of the third. Yeah, Brian, we've got good news. We're being brought on to it's going to be easier to explain when the playoffs start, but there's a service that is adding us. And I don't know how many games are carrying Braves Country for. So going to kind of wait till I know all the ins and outs, but I'll be able to direct you to it. And it's pretty cool stuff that they're working on. They found us on YouTube, and the rest is history. The first pitch on the way to Matt Olson is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Matt Olson hit number 54 earlier. How about that? Braves lead at 4-1. A 2-run blast by Olson in the first. The 1-0 kicks and deals. Swing and a miss. It's 1-1. Jason told me that he put the Ramalama Ding Dong. He was asking me if he spelt it right. I was like, hell, I don't even know how to spell it. The 1-1. Yeah, that's right. My pick to click was Riley tonight. The 1-1 high and out of the zone. It's 2-1. Los Bravos tonight is one of the ones that make me laugh the most. And I'll tell this story because usually only tell it once a year. So if you heard it, I apologize, but this is a pretty good story. This is before there was a Los Bravos night. There used to be a Los Mets night, was one of the first ones to start. So I'm trying to think of what year that was as Assad steps off the rubber for a second. runner on third, nobody out. And I went to a game in New York. This is the 2-1 pitch to Olsen. Inside, just misses 3-1. So I go to a game in New York, in Queens, met up with a buddy of mine who was living in Jersey. I was living in New York at the time. And we decided we wanted to go see Braves Mets. So he was late getting to the party. I ended up downtown New York for a long time in the afternoon. As the 3-1 pitches fouled off out of play. It's 3-2. And they had a Dave & Buster's there, and I may have had a couple of libations and a lot of video game playing. So I was really, really feeling the game, right? And I want to say this was 2011, maybe. It was right in that neighborhood. There's a 3-2 pitch on the way, swung on, foul back out of play. We'll do it again. So my buddy finally shows up, and he's laughing because he's like, yeah, I probably shouldn't have left you alone in a Dave & Buster's for several hours. But anyways, he had missed his train from Jersey was the short of it. So we get to the game, and I'm feeling it, and we get into the ballpark. We're sitting in center field as the 3-2 pitch to Olsen, swung on and missed, strike 3. I don't know how he missed that one. That's usually one that Olsen slams over the moon. There's one away. And we get to going in the game, and we're feeling it. And, I was. I think he was pretty darn church-like sober. But anyways, I start noticing all over the place, along with the Mets jersey, it says Los Mets, and people are wearing Los Mets all up and down. As the first pitch on the way to Ozuna is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. And I'm sitting out there, and the Braves are really starting to put it on the Mets. I know, shocker, right? I want to say we had a 4-run lead, somewhere in that 6-run lead, something like that. It was in the middle innings as the 0-1 pitch to Ozuna just misses the outside part of the plate, but called for a wide strike by Rippiger. Ozuna doesn't like it. You can't blame him. It's 0-2. So I start, as we start building that 6-7 run, whatever it was, I want to say it was a 5 or 6 run lead. And I started getting really loud and really vocal and start going, what the heck is a Los Mets? A Los Mets. I knew what it was, but I was just getting on the nerves of the Mets fans, going back and forth. And finally, one of the Mets fans stands up. He's ticked off at me as the 0-2 pitches in the dirt. Good block by the hind catcher, Gomes. We'll do it again. It's 1-2. And he turns around, Hispanic fellow, and he scolds me and says, it happens to be Latino night here at Citi Field, just so you know. And the place got kind of quiet, and I waited for it to get like stone quiet. As the 1-2 pitch on the way in the dirt, 2-2. And I bellow out, well, you better tell those Los Mets that Los Bravos is kicking El Asos up and down the Greenos tonight. And even the people who were Mets fans just start dying laughing. The guy turns around, he's got a big S-eating grin on his face, and he goes, all right, you got me. The funniest part about that is a few years later, there's a 2-2 pitch in the dirt taken by Ozuna, 3-2. Actually, I say 2 years later. Heck, that was probably 6-7 years later. Me and my wife end up at the Braves ballpark. I want to say that was Truist Park by the time this happened. But anyways, we're in the gift shop, and I couldn't believe it. There was a Los Bravos shirt. And I was like, you've got to be kidding me. And, of course, I paid way too much for it. But I was like, I've got to have this shirt. The 3-2 pitch in the dirt, ball 4. So Ronald Acuna Jr. heads on down to first base. We got runners on the corners, 1 away. So, yeah, my wife was like, I overpaid. Hard to remember what it was. It was a cheap polo. I still have it. I wear it from time to time. I don't know, probably paid $60 for it, whatever it was. She goes, why in God's name do you want this? And I had to tell her the story, and she was like, only you. Of course, my buddy that I went with, he's laughing his ass off. He's a huge Yankees fan, and he's going, get him, man, get him. The best part of that entire story is that Mets fans continue to buy me beers the rest of the night because I had him, I had him chuckling. First pitch on the way to Eddie Rosario is swung on and foul back out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Runners on the corners, 1 out. Bright Wolf, I think I've told you to hit me up on Twitter, DM me. We'll see what we can figure out. The 0-1 pitch. Inside, a dribbler back to the mound, and Assad could not get the ball. He thought about going home after he dropped the ball. Then by the time he turned around, everybody is safe. We've got runners on first and second, 1 out. Assad, I don't know what he was thinking, but when you juggle the ball like that, you just got to go down to first and hope that you can get Rosario. There was no prayer of getting the runner at home. Braves now lead at 5-1. And they're going to go out there and talk to Assad. We saw Javier Assad in the first series of the Cubs, and he was actually the starter. It was a bullpen game, but he began the bullpen game. Braves have a 5-1 lead here in the bottom of the third. I know nobody realistically cares, but my lock hit. I had the Braves plus 4.5 tonight. 4.5 runs they needed to hit. We'll keep you up to date of the other games that are going on. New York trails the Marlins 1-0 in the top of the fifth. The Marlins do have the bases loaded. First pitch on the way to Travis d'Arnaud is swung on, foul back out of play. It's 0-1. Man, I don't know if it's going to be d'Arnaud or if it's going to be Murphy, but we've got to get one of our hind catchers' bats cooking. We're about to hit October, and neither one of them can hit the broadside of a barn. The 0-1 pitch to d'Arnaud, swung on, fouled down the line. It's 0-2. And I know a lot of this has to do with they don't play every day, so it's really difficult to keep their bats hot. We got to figure out something to get one of these guys going. The 0-2 to d'Arnaud. Sod kicks and deals, swung on, foul back out of play. If we can get d'Arnaud or Murphy's or a combination of their bats to hit well, they don't have to be MVP, just not 0 for 3. And we can get Arcia back going. This offense is going to be hard to beat. The 0-2 pitch, down and away, 1-2. Good take by Travis. I still go back to the fact that every time Travis has gotten on tears and really hit the ball, he is going the other way with the ball, taking it to right field. And these last several weeks, he's been pulling a lot. The 1-2 to d'Arnaud. High and out of the zone, it's 2-2. And I don't think it's by design. I don't think d'Arnaud's trying to pull it. He's just in a funk, and he doesn't get a lot of ABs. But when we start seeing him roast it to right field, right center field, that's when you know d'Arnaud's stick is back. The 2-2 pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3. Went chasing for one down below and was way out in front of that one. An open swing, and there's 2 away. So runners on first and second, 2 outs. Yeah, Kerry, I hate the fact they're going to have all those days off. It doesn't seem fair that the team is the first pitch by Harris is swung on and dribbled over to short. Dansby's got it, flips it to first, and it's a 6-3 putout to end the inning. But out for your Atlanta Braves, put another one on the board. It's 5-1. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Max, a woman in my section wants to know if we do anything gluten-free. What do I tell her? Tell her she's not allergic to gluten. She's just masking an eating disorder.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
One out, nobody on. 2-2 count to Pete Rose. We've just started a wet day in Baltimore. There's a fly ball down the right field line. Tough chance. It's in for a base hit. Rose is coming for two. It gets away from Robinson. Rose hit the dirt. And had he rounded the bag, he might have gone for three. He thought it would be a play on him at second.
Cincinnati's Charlie Hustle, Pete Rose, and this is the way Rose plays the game. Just 150% each and every time, whether the ball is there or not.
This helpful instructional message from the National Association of People Who Have Trouble Walking and Chewing Gum at the same time. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew.
Walt Whitman. Brooklyn Eagle, 1846. In our sundown perambulations of late, through the outer parts of Brooklyn, we have observed several parties of youngsters playing base, a certain game of ball. Let us go forth a while and get better air in our lungs. Let us leave our close rooms. The game of ball is glorious.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves lead this one 5-1. The SSAJ goes back to work. First pitch on the way, 93 on the outer edge, swung on and fouled away. It's 0-1. Braves 5, Cubs 1. How did we get there? We'll do that here in just a sec. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Kind of a rocky first inning for AJ. I was watching as much as I could during the meeting I was in. It was good to see him settle down, and he's been firing bullets. The 0-2 pitch, caught, looking, strike 3. Set him down, Joe. AJ's fingers is so. There's one away. Good pitch by Shawver. He absolutely just painted the corner on that one. And I don't want to tick off all the Bryce Elder fans, but man, I think AJ gives us a much better chance to win in the postseason. First pitch on the way from AJ to Bellinger's up high for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves 5, Cubs 1, top of 4, 1 away. The 1-0 pitch right there at the knees. Good off speed. So 1-1. The 1-1 pitch called for a low strike. We'll take it. Do it again. It's 1-2. The 1-2 from AJ. Bellinger digs in from the left side. Kicks and deals. Swing, and that ball is rifled foul down the line. We'll do it again. The 1-2 from AJ. Comes set, lets her fly. Swung on, hit high and deep into right field. Drifting back and making the catch is Ronald Acuna Jr. for out number 1. Good, solid pitching there from AJ Smith-Shawver. Got him off balance a little bit, and then looks like, yep, that'll do it. They had a pitch count on AJ, and Snicker's going to come get him. We will be back in a flash. Shawver, one heck of an outing. Should be getting a standing ovation. He is. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Make sure when your shift is over, you go home alive.
Look at that! The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence.
Need a home loan fast? At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast. Not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today?
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Lose some weight.
Oh, come on, quickly. Will you don't give me that.
Look at me. 92. And I still enjoy swimming and golfing and biking, all sports.
Whoopee.
That too.
Come on, after all at your age, must be down to a handshake, huh?
Yep, before and after.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball, and here comes Kyle Wright. And we're getting a treat tonight, aren't we? Kyle Wright's going to come out of the pen. I'm telling you, I think this is what they may be doing for Game 3 of the playoffs. First pitch on the way from Wright, swung on, grounded over to Arcia. Arcia fires it over to first. It's going to be an infield single as the runner beats it out. Suzuki busting his hump down all the way, and that's the first hit allowed of the game. A.J. Smith-Shawver did not allow a hit. That's the first hit allowed, but something you got to realize with A.J. is that there was no way he was going to go the distance with that pitch count that he has been up on. He has been doing extended relief in the minors. First pitch on the way from Wright to Swanson's outside for a ball. It's 1-0. A.J. Smith-Shawver pitched 64 pitches in those just over 3 1/3. So 3 1/3 innings, or 3 2/3 innings. The 1-0 pitch swung on, grounded over to short. Arcia's got it, flips it over to first. And that'll end the inning. So the Atlanta Braves give up the first hit of the night, but order is restored, and we'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
You don't like Drake? How could you not like Drake?
Who's Drake?
Who's Drake?
Drake is good.
I told you the Drake was bad. I hate the Drake.
You just robbed a house. You have all this great stuff that now belongs to you, but you got this annoying pang of guilt nagging at you. Well, worry no more, because your friends at Cell Block Greeting Cards have the answer for you. Introducing our new line of petty crime thank you cards. Before you smash and grab one of our cards and leave it behind on your next heist. Choose from any of these fine heartfelt cards like,
thank you for the plasma TV.
Or,
thanks for the PlayStation, alcohol, and penny jar.
And,
don't use your toothbrush.
Or limited time, introducing,
I'm still in the house.
And many more sentimental petty crime thank you cards. Available at any back alley, shadowy parking lot, or
Armchair.
Now I want to ask you about, wouldn't you rather have this name spelled G-O-O-S-H, the phonetic spelling, rather than all the S's, W's, and Z's?
Gives him some character, though.
G-W-O-S-D-Z is the spelling, but it's pronounced Goosh.
Well, his nickname is iChart, and you can understand that. It's about 72 points on the Scrabble board.
Well, then he ought to make a great umpire when he retires as a player. It's a bit low. Goosh, he's been around. I remember that name with other teams. He's been with Walla Walla, Reno, Amarillo, Hawaii, and San Diego. That even's a count, a ball, and a strike.
Did you go to many games in Walla Walla?
I like the name of it. one of my favorite towns. Do you know what Walla Walla spelled backwards sounds like? Allah, Allah. You didn't know that?
No, I didn't. I learn something every day working with you.
How'd we get started on this silly stuff?
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Orlando Arce is swung on and missed for a strike. It's 0-1. So A.J. Smith-Shawver threw 64 pitches, and to give you an idea, as the 0-1 pitch swung on, foul back out of play, it's 0-2. Why he was taken out of the game. Down in the minors, he had been throwing, they'd been keeping his lid around 50 pitches. I think the highest one I'd seen recently was, I think it was 58. It was somewhere in that neighborhood. The 0-2 pitch, righty-righty matchup on the way, swung on and tap foul off the plate. It's 0-2, but they want to see, can they rely on him to go out there and give him 3 or 4 good innings to start a game? Then you bring Kyle Wright to bridge it towards the back of the bullpen. And if you can get that, I'll take that over, Bryce Elder. He hasn't pitched well since June. The 0-2 pitch swung on, popped up high in the sky, can of corn. Gomes grabs it, and there's one away. But like we talked about in the pregame show, I mean, Bryce Elder, we go out there and get a ring. He had as much to do with it as anybody did, because he helped us get to a lot of wins to help us what hopefully will be a long run into the playoffs in the road running through Atlanta. First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. is outside, but called for a wide strike up high. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, down and in, 1-1. We went over Elder's numbers earlier this week, and he hasn't had an ERA below 4.9 since June. The 1-1 swing and fouls it back out of play. 1-2. What's deceiving is he had such a great start to the season. His ERA was microscopic. So these bad months in July, August, and September, his ERA is still below 4. So it kind of throws you off. The 1-2 to Ronnie as he gets back in the box after calling his timeout. Assad comes set. Now there's going to be another timeout called. Cunha 1 for 2 with an RBI single in the second inning. Braves lead at 5-1. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt. Good take by Cunha, 2-2. No, Jacob, our most wins, I think it was 98. I have to double check that. The 2-2 pitch inside gets him. Cunha doesn't like it, but I don't think there's any way in the world that was intentional. And Assad looks over to Cunha saying, didn't mean to do it, man. Calm down. And honestly, I think what Assad doesn't realize is that Acuna has been hit a lot, not just this year, but over the last few years. And he's so close to getting to the postseason. I'm sure what's going through his mind is, you're going to get me hurt right before I can get there. And then he sticks his fingers up. He says that's 2 times, referring to earlier in the season. But I don't believe there's any way that was intentional considering the count. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is up high, 93 miles an hour. It's 1-0. You do wonder if they've put a cap on Acuna stealing bases, because last thing you want him to do is pop a hammy before the NLCS. Now that he's got the 70. The 1-0. Turns around and flips it over to first. I really think that because we're going to have such a long layoff, it's going to be beneficial for these guys to play the entire weekend. See how they manage it, but the 1-0 pitch swung on, foul back out of play. Cunha bluffed like he was going to go, but stayed. Yeah, Eli, I'm pretty sure that was the number, 106 and 98. I'm almost positive, but I didn't want to misspeak, but I think it was 106 and 98. The 1-1 kicks and deals, swung on, pops it up, back out of play, 1-2. I know it was 98 because that's why that song was written, but by far, that wasn't our best team that didn't win it. That was just someone who did a quick Google search and said, let's write a song about 98. The 1-2. Cunha on first, 1 out. Braves lead at 5-1. He's inching closer, gets back in there. They're trying to catch him with his hand in the cookie jar, but he could be going now. Yeah, I could care less about the win total at this point. As long as we got enough to beat Baltimore. The 1-2 pitch, high and outside, 2-2. Something about that 98 team, too, that you have to remember about the 106. Our division was really bad in 98. So, and that was back when you played everybody 19 times a game. So that had a lot to do with it. The 2-2 pitch, Acuna goes, he takes off, and I think they got him. They did. He got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Acuna's out by a country mile, and there's 2 away. Acuna doesn't argue. He knows he was out. Didn't get a very good jump. Weiss is checking upstairs, but that'll end the inning. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Slide here is your X. But if that's the call, Mike, Will, and Sam all have to know they're shifting. Open palms to post, thumbs ups to crosser, thumbs downs and out. Trevor, why don't you get up here and draw that for us?
Playing in the NFL is hard, but playing
Armchair.
fantasy football is easy.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
You go 14 times and only win 1 time. It leaves a little sting. But I've said this. I know it's going to sound weird, but I've said this. If I had to go back to the future and know what the results were going to be and trade with the Marlins, who won twice and only went twice, I wouldn't do it. At the 14 times, still thinking that maybe fate might change. Going 14 years in a row is pretty incredible.
Armchair.
It is played everywhere. In parks and playgrounds and prison yards, in back alleys and farmers' fields, by small boys and old men, raw amateurs and millionaire professionals. It is a leisurely game that demands blinding speed. The only game in which the defense has the ball. It follows the seasons, beginning each year with the fond expectancy of springtime and ending with the hard facts of autumn. Americans have played baseball for more than 200 years. While they conquered a continent, warred with one another and with enemies abroad, struggled over labor and civil rights and the meaning of freedom.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Kyle Wright. Misses outside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 swung on and missed. It's 1-1. The 1-1 delivery from Kyle drifts off the plate wide, 2-1. So a 2-1 count from Wright. Braves lead at 5-1, top of 5. Pitch on the way, downstairs, misses, ball 3. Heimer Candelario, the batter, he's had a good year against Atlanta so far. The 3-1 pitch, down and away, ball 4. So Candelario will go grab a bag. Runner on first, nobody out. If you're just joining us, A.J. Smith-Shawver pitched 4 2/3 of no-hit ball. Cubs did score the run that he walked in the first inning, but other than that, an outstanding performance. The first pitch on the way to Yan Gomes is swung on and grounded foul down the line. It's 0-1. So something must have gotten overturned because it is now 0-0 in New York. The Marlins and Mets, earlier it said 1-0. So a play must have been overturned. That game is in the 6th inning. Baltimore leads Boston 1-0 in the 8th. So we're not getting any help there. The 0-1 pitch swung on, bangs that foul down the line. It's 0-2. He's gone 4-seam, knuckle curve to start it off. The 0-2. Right kicks and fires. Did he go around? Looked like he did. He did. Strike 3. Yan Gomes will grab some pine. Candelarios at first, 1 out. So 1 on, 1 out. Mastroboni comes to the plate. First pitch on the way to Mastrobone. Right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Games of interest, wild card and playoff implications. Toronto leads the Yankees 3-0 in the 6th. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Texas and Seattle, that game is later tonight, 9:40 first pitch. That is a must win for Seattle. They are hanging on by a thread. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Kyle Wright's got that knuckle curve bending all over the place, and there's 2 away. Those are really the only games of note. Pittsburgh leads Philadelphia, but that game is meaningless. Colorado and Los Angeles got underway. That game's meaningless. Kansas City lost to Detroit 8-0. That game has been meaningless for about 3 months. First pitch on the way to Talkman is swung on, banged off the plate. It's 0-1. The Arizona Diamondbacks lost today. Of course, that's a lot of moving and shaking there in the National League wild card as the Diamondbacks are trying to climb in. The 0-1. Righty-lefty matchup. Swung on, comebacker to the mound. Wright's got it, flips it to first. And just about a clean inning. He walks the first man, but gets it out unscathed. When we come back, the heart of the order, Riley, Olsen, Ozuna, oh my. ACC football covered like no other here on Braves Country HD.
Reggie Gillespie dives into the end zone. The winning points for North Carolina State. And the teams come together in the end zone, pushing, shoving between the back and the heels as Gillespie has scored the winning points. His 5th rushing TD, but these teams need to be separated. The emotion boils over on the last play of the game as Gillespie goes to the end zone. And it's a sea of Carolina blue and state red.
And Carruthers gets into it, and they've doused him, and now we've got a big brawl out of the field. Marring would have been the 200th victories for Bobby Bowden. Look at this. That's an ugly mess down there. This is ugly. Starting to get it cleared up down there. Oh, there's still some bodies flying around.
ACC football, backyard brawls all year long on Braves Country HD.
I'm up. Biggest pick of the draft. 5th pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshimazode. Yes, lock it up.
Who? What?
TJ, how's the vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Houshmandzadeh from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Housh Mazzoli. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time.
Fans are on their feet, rooting for Jack Morris. And he takes a little walk, and you can understand it. He doesn't want to do anything in a hurry. A pitch away from a no-hitter. One pitch. He had a 2-2 to Lazinski, and then walked him. And he is 1-2 to Kibble. Got him swinging, and he has his no-hitter.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead this one 5-1. Mr. Austin Riley is going to get into the box. The Atlanta Braves Luke Little, the left-hander, comes in. Lefty-righty matchup. The first pitch from Little is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. We may end up getting the very front of the Cubs bullpen, because if they feel like they don't have a chance to win this, they're going to have to save their bullets for the weekend. The 1-0 pitch, high and out of the zone, 2-0. The Chicago Cubs go to Milwaukee after this game for a 3-game set that they will feel like they need to sweep. More on that in a second. The 2-0 pitch, swung on, bang foul down the third base line. It's 2-1. Currently, the Cubs and Marlins are tied for the last wild card spot, but the problem is the Marlins own the tiebreaker. Marlins are heading to Pittsburgh, and the Cubs to Milwaukee this weekend. The 2-1 pitch, high and out of the zone, ball 3. So a 3-1 count. The 3-1, Little lets her fly. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into center field, going back on the track. It goes off the wall. It's going to get down where the green grass grows. Austin Riley have himself a night, baby. Austin Riley with his 30th double of the season. And Austin Riley, I mean, go out there and get yourself a Schwinn, because he may get himself a cycle, baby. He is absolutely pounding the ball tonight. I want to double check that because I did miss the beginning of the game. For those that are just joining us, I had a thing I couldn't get out of. The first pitch on the way to Matt Olson's down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Riley. Yeah, Riley's got a single, a double, a triple. The 1-0. Down and away from Olson. Ball 2, 2-0. So a home run is the only thing keeping Austin Riley from an improbable cycle. The 2-0 pitch. Just grabs the outer edge. Probably missed the edge, but home plate umpire gave him the benefit of the doubt. It's 2-1. The 2-1. Little comes set and lets her go. Swing and a miss. Out in front of that sweeper, it's 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Little kicks and deals. Swung on, rifled. It's an atom ball to the first baseman. He'll step on the bag. Good defensive play by Bellinger on the play. Austin Riley moves up from second to third. We got a runner 90 feet away. 1 out. Marcell Ozuna coming to the plate. Man, Lefty-righty matchup. Little kicks and deals. Good bender right there at the knees. Called for a strike. It's 0-1. Marcell Ozuna is 0 for 1. He walked in the third. The Cubs infield is in. So Ozuna squares one up. He should be able to get it through the infield. The 0-1 pitch. Right there at the knees on the outer edge. It's 0-2. That ball's hit on the ground. Other than an atom ball, it's going to be hard for them to make a play. The 0-2. Little lets her fly. Swing, and he got a piece of it. Come back into the mound. Little grabs it, flips it over to first. It was such a softly hit ball in front of the mound that Riley had no chance to advance. At first, I thought he missed it altogether and it had bounced, but he had just gotten a stitch or two and it rolled into fair territory. So 2 outs, and it'll be up to Eddie Rosario in a lefty-lefty matchup. Eddie is 0 for 2. He did reach on an error and has scored a run, an RBI. Tell you one thing, Cubs fans, Buck Showalter's not doing you any favors. There's the first pitch on the way to Eddie Rosario's a swing and a miss outside. It's 0-1. Or Reds fans, for that matter. David Peterson is in the game, and I guess he's pitched himself a gem. He's got 104 pitches in the 7th, the 0-1 pitch. Did he go around? He did. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. I want to double check and make sure he's not like in the middle of a no-hitter or something, but normally there's an alert that comes up. The 0-2 lets her fly. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Eddie Rosario down on strikes, and that'll end the inning. Braves 5, Cubs 1. We're heading to the top of the 6th in Atlanta, Georgia.
Hey, can I tell you one thing? That's 3 holding fielders on one football team and a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
Braves Country HD covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Dobbs heaves it. They're bunched up in the end zone. It's tipped up. It's caught. It is caught. Jawan Jennings.
Just the start of things. First quarter at the Gator Bowl in Jacksonville. And Walker digs to the right. Gets outside. The 35. Look out. He's past midfield and he's got a blocker. Cuts to the inside. Herschel Walker. There he goes again.
Straight up the middle. Touchdown. Delayed reaction, but Tebow got in. Oh, jump pass. How about that? Oh, my gosh. That looks like 1955. Holy cow. Are you kidding me?
Armchair.
SEC! SEC!
Hey, Braves fans. I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key.
I tell people this all the time. You might think I'm crazy when I tell you this, but the easiest place to hit today is the big leagues. It is, and I'll tell you why. You make the big leagues. The lights are better. The umpires are better. Pitching control is better. And maybe most importantly, you're facing the same guys year after year after year. They don't get better. They don't change their philosophy.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves lead this one 5-1. Baltimore leads Boston 2-0 late in that one in the 8th. First pitch on the way is a strike. from right to Nico Horner. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swung on. Slice foul over the first base dugout. It's 0-2. Nico Horner's 0 for 2 with a ground out and a fly out. Yeah, I'm not sure what is going on there in New York, but they are pitching Peterson's arm off his shoulder. The 0-2 pitch swung on, and that one's going to get shot into right field. A worm-burning single. And the Cubs have a leadoff runner on here in the top of the 6th. There's not a no-hitter going on. They've given the Marlins have, I think, 4 hits. He's well over 100 pitches. They're heading to the bottom of the 7th, though. Mets and Marlins scoreless. The first pitch on the way from right to Ian Happ just misses outside. It's 1-0. Lions are pounding the Packers 17-3 in the second. The 1-0. Righty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way. Just misses inside. Ball 2-0. Atlanta Braves are looking forward to their first game, which will be Saturday, October 7th. We don't know the opponent. We don't know the time. But we know it'll be Saturday, October 7th, right here on Braves Country HD. The 2-0 pitch. Outside wide, 3-0. We're going to do a couple of special shows during that week, that layoff for the Braves Country that wants to keep up to date on what's going on as we head to the postseason, as the 3-0 pitch just grabs the edge, 3-1. It was rang up as a ball, as it rightfully may have been, but a home plate umpire, Rippinger, called it a strike. So a 3-1 count, swung on, dribbled over to first. Olsen's got it, fires it to second. Arcia relays it to right, standing at first. The runner will beat it out, but we did get the force at second, the lead runner. So a good play by Olsen. You know, he is extremely good at that. And it may not look like much, but there are a lot of first basemen that would have turned around and just tagged first. There's a lot of first basemen who would have attempted that throw and sent it into left field. He might be one of the best I've ever seen going from first to second on the throw. Not that Freddie was bad, but Olsen always seems to be right there on the money. First pitch from right to Bellinger is right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Right kicks and deals. Fastball right there for a strike. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Bellinger with Suzuki standing on deck. The Braves lead at 5-1. Sure, the Cubs are scoreboard watching and seeing that they are in the bottom of the 7th, and the Mets trail, or I'm sorry, the Mets are tied 0-0. Keep you up to date on that as I've got it up on one of my screens. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Kyle Wright's knuckle curve has absolutely fooled and foiled them since he's come into the game. He has got that pitch working. Remember last year when he was so darn hard to hit? He was the only guy that showed up in the postseason for us. He had 21 wins. That was the pitch. That was the pitch that they could not square up. They couldn't lay off. First pitch on the way to Suzuki is a knuckle curve off the plate for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Righty-righty matchup. Kyle comes set. Flips it up there. Outside wide, 2-0. The 2-0 count. Runner on first. 2 outs. Darnode sets up down the middle. The pitch on the way, swung on, rifle down the left field line. That's going to get down. It is fair. It's up against the wall. Here comes the throw with the onto the plate and safe. Eddie Rosario with the relay back into the infield really doesn't have much of an arm to speak of, and Arcia made it a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. Suzuki gets himself an RBI double, and the Braves' lead is cut to 5-2. Good hustle going down the line all the way by Happ. So 2 down, runner on second. Kyle Wright will go back to work. Wright looks back the runner, kicks and deals to Dansby Swanson, who drags it foul down the third base line. It's 0-1. Dansby 0 for 2. Wright looks back again, kicks and deals, down and away, knuckle curve. It's 1-1. Braves 5, Cubs 2. Top of 6. Runner on second, 2 outs. The 1-1 misses way outside, wide, 2-1. So a 2-1 count from Wright. Standing on deck is Candelario, so it doesn't get any easier. Wright's got to buckle down here and go after Swanson. You don't want to start putting ducks all over the pond. The 2-1 pitch. Down and away, ball 3. So a 3-1 count. Kyle Wright has thrown 34 pitches. He came in the 4th inning with 2 outs. So through about 2 innings at 34 pitches. The 3-1 from Kyle. Wright kicks and deals inside. It either hit him. Yeah, it hit him. Right. Swanson will head down to first. That ball just tailed inside, nowhere near him. I actually think that might have been, they're ringing it up as the sinker, but I think that might have been the changeup by the spin. He just didn't have a grip on that. So it's 5-2, runners on first and second, 2 outs. Both Joe Jimenez and Brad Hand are warming up in the Atlanta bullpen. This is a good test for the Braves, a good test for Wright. This is very close to what he may be facing in a playoff appearance. There's a good chance Wright is going to come out of the pen in what would be considered like a bullpen type game in game 3 of that series in the NLDS. And it would be in this type of scenario where you're trying to hold the line, make sure there's no more bleeding. Back to work, Candelario from the left side stands in. The first pitch on the way, swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Baltimore is going to whoop up on Boston, and they win the game 2-0. We don't get any help there, but here's the silver lining in that. Baltimore has won the AL East. They've clinched it. They are going to be partying tonight. Boston will not, and they're back playing each other tomorrow. So you got to figure there's going to be some gas let out of that balloon tomorrow. And the Braves will, if we don't hold on tonight, we'll probably clinch tomorrow. The 1-1 pitch right there at the knees, called for a low strike. It's 1-2. But hopefully we hold on and we secure it tonight. We don't have to worry about that. But I've been watching those standings for the last couple of weeks, and I'm like, man, if they'll just go ahead and clinch that darn division, they're going to take their foot off the gas. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Kyle Wright's knuckle curve dancing all over the joint. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
God would never let me be successful. He'll kill me first. He'll never let me be happy.
I thought you didn't believe in God.
I do for the bad things.
Yeah, I don't give a damn who you are, how much money you got. You're going to make 7 out of 10 outs and go to the Hall of Fame. What others is it? LeBron James shoots 3 out of 10? Are we buying that 26? If Tom Brady completes 3 out of 10, are we buying that 12? No. So just accept the fact. I made 10,000 outs. I did Reggie Jackson's radio show about an hour ago. I made more outs than he got at bats. And he was the first to tell me that, by the way. Smart ass. He told me it was Mr. October. I said, hey, Reggie, listen, I was Mr. April, May, June, July, and August, and September. You were Mr. October.
Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key.
1-1 pitch. A long drive to right. Ramirez turns to the track. She's gone. Dave Justice, all is forgiven in Atlanta. Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Your Atlanta Braves lead this one 5-2. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th. It is that time to turn back time. We'll try to squeeze these in as we go along. First pitch to Travis d'Arnaud is outside wide, but called for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 lefty-righty matchup. Little continues. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. One thing I will say for Mark Rippiger, the home plate umpire, he's usually consistently inconsistent. As the 0-2 pitch just misses outside, 1-2. Done a lot of games of Mark's, and what I've noticed with him, he is going to give you the benefit of the doubt most of the times to the pitcher, but it's not a big benefit. Like if it's right there on the edge, he'll give it to you. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Fastball blew it right by him, set him up with some of the soft stuff, and then blew it right past him. There's one away. On this date in 1920, the grand jury indicts 8 White Sox on charges of fixing last season's World Series, the 1919 World Series against the Reds. The 8 members involved in the Black Sox scandals will be cleared of the charges as the first pitch on the way to Michael Harris. The second is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. But on that same day, they will be banned from baseball by Kennesaw Mountain Landis forever. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 0-2. And that is, if you didn't already know, that's where the infamous saying, say it ain't so, Joe, comes from. Supposedly there was a kid outside as the 0-2 pitch misses inside 1-2. There was a kid outside the courthouse that supposedly said that to Shoeless Joe Jackson. There's a lot of debate on whether or not it was actually said, but that's one of the several stories. The 1-2 lefty-lefty matchup, swung on, hit on the ground. in towards the hole. Dansby Swanson slides, fires it over to first, and gets Money Mike by about a step. 2 away. Nifty slide by Swanson. We've seen that many a times. I didn't think he was going to have enough to get on that throw with Harris busting it down the line. And it's a great look by Harris. And he was off balance, too. It's a great look by Harris, too. When he got past the line, he just kind of looked over at Dansby like, you got to be kidding me. First pitch on the way to Orlando Arcius, down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Lefty-righty matchup. Little lets her fly. Swing, and that ball is grounded towards short, but off Arceus' foot, so it'll be a foul ball. Appears to be okay. They are heading to the bottom of the 8th. Mets and Marlins still no score. This is why nobody wants the Marlins in the playoffs. Because if you get the Marlins in the playoffs, this is exactly what you're going to get. A bunch of nothing burgers. So a 1-1 count to Arcia. Bit of an open stance from the right side. The left-hander Little lets her fly. Swing and a miss. Awkward swing. It's 1-2. One of these days, going back to that story I told you at the beginning of the 4th or 3rd, whatever it was, I need to get in a Los Bravos jersey. I got the polo, but I got to get a jersey. The 1-2 pitch misses outside, 2-2. I really like the fact that they got the red one. I don't know if I've seen that before. The 2-2 pitch. Lets her go. Way outside wide, ball 3. So a full count to Orlando. Standing on deck is Acuna. Braves lead at 5-2. Full count. Here's the windup and the pitch. Inside, ball 4. So he'll head on down to first. 2 outs, 1 on. And David Ross is going to make a pitching change. We'll take that break with them when we come back. Ronald Acuna Jr. is coming to the plate.
Better get that checked out.
I would.
What kind of a therapist are you? I'm telling you, I'm scared that something terrible is going to happen to me right away. You start looking for tumors?
I'm trying to help you.
I bet you're rooting for a tumor.
I think you better go.
Oh, I'm going, baby. I'm going.
Braves Country HD, your home for the SEC.
Back 3rd down on the 8. In trouble. Got a block behind him. Going to throw and a run complete to the 25, to the 30. Lindsey's got 35, 41. Lindsey, 25, 20, 50, 10, 5. Lindsey stop. Lindsey stop. Lindsey stop.
2nd down from the 3. Comes to blitz. Quick flip. Caught. Did he hold it long enough? The official says yes. Oh, boy, is that going to be controversial. Gaffney, the freshman. My goodness.
If he had it, he didn't have it very long, that's for sure.
And this one's in the history books. And inexplicably, the Florida Gators go 91 yards to come from behind and edge the Tennessee Volunteers in an ending that will be talked about for years.
Armchair.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves. Runner on first. 2 outs. Hayden Wesneski is coming in. He's got a 4.85 ERA. 85 innings, 21% strikeout rate. He'll face Ronald Acuna Jr. We've seen Wisniewski before. We saw him earlier in the year. He's got some pretty good stuff. Always been a little surprised that he's not a starter. Righty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Chasing that knuckle curve, or maybe it was a sweeper. It's 0-1. 77 strikeouts in 85 innings. The 0-1 from Wisniewski. Kicks and deals. High and out of the zone. 96 miles an hour. Just above the letters over the plate. It's 1-1. Ronald Acuna Jr., 1 for 2, a single, a hit by pitch, an RBI. The 1-1. In the dirt, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Ronald Acuna Jr. trying to keep things going here in the 6th inning. If he can reach, it'll be Ozzie Albies. We're here in the bottom of the 6th inning in Atlanta. The 2-1 pitch, swung on, grounded up the middle. Can he make the play? Nico Horner fires it over to first, and Acuna lightly jogging down the first base line. That'll end the inning. Braves threaten but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Let me tell you something. If the U.S. government decides to stick a tracking device up your ass, you say thank you and God bless America.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball, for the fans, by the fans.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
I'm drinking wine on a Wednesday before noon, bro. Have fun at your job, LOL. Link in bio.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
It's the game my father taught me how to play. It's time I saw things on a level plane. Something was rolling towards me, and it said Spalding on it. I picked it up. Instinctually, we push it back. And those days, those summer days became fall days, became our Sundays together with my brothers and I, and my dad whipping off his wicked curve. I just remember how my hands hurt. At first, as I was afraid of the ball and his coaching, keep your shoulder in there. Don't bail out. It's not going to hurt you, and that's what I remember.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back, Braves Country Baseball. Bringing you a Thursday night edition. One of our last home games in the regular season. We will be here tomorrow night. And then the plan right now is we're going to take the weekend off because we're going to try to put some more sound bites together and everything. And with the games not meaning a whole heck of a lot, get ready for the postseason. We are planning on carrying a few games next week in the wait as we wait to see who the Braves play in that first round. Just waiting to figure out who the teams are, and then we will announce that, and you'll see it on our page. It'll be up. Should be up by sometime, I would think, Monday. The first pitch on the way from Joe Jimenez, who comes into the game. It's off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch swung on, pops it up. Can of corn, leaning over the railing, making the catch just before the top of the stairs is Matt Olson. And there's one away. I think that was Ozuna that chucked some peanuts at Olson after he caught the ball. I think that was Ozuna. If it wasn't yeah, it was. Peanuts or sunflower seeds or something. So righty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way from Jimenez. 95 just kisses the black on the inside. It's 0-1. Braves 5, Cubbies 2. Should I say Los Bravos 5, Cubbies 2. The 0-1 pitch. Just off the plate wide, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Dodgers and Rockies are tied up in the third. That game has little meaning tonight. The Braves have already clinched the National League best record. The 1-1 right there for a strike. Change up at the kneecaps. It's 1-2. Tell you what, if Jimenez can start placing that change up, he's going to be tough to hit. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on. Just got a piece of it. Knocks it down the line. Foul. Plenty foul. It's 1-2. I don't know about y'all, but I am absolutely just cannot wait for the postseason. The 1-2 pitch. Down and in. Did he go around? He did not. 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Someone asked earlier, I can't remember who it was. I saw it, but I was in that meeting, and it was going to be too long to type out. Is the 2-2 pitch outside wide, ball 3-3-2. Somebody, I don't know if anyone else would remember this. I know, Goat, you were in the chat at the time, about if the playoffs would be blacked out. I don't remember who that was. I'd have to scroll up to the very beginning. The 3-2 pitch swung on, foul back out of play. We'll do it again. And the short answer is no. You won't get blacked out in the playoffs from where you live. Now, it will depend on, is the 3-2 from Jimenez? Caught looking, strike 3. He got caught watching the paint dry. He'll go grab some pine, and there's 2 away. Blew his doors off. He must have been looking for the off speed. What was this? Most of these positions may not. Correct. Yeah. A lot of the positions, a lot of the matchups may not be figured out until Sunday. But the Braves, they are locked into the 1 position. First pitch on the way to Talkman is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. We're probably going to put the chat up on Sunday just because I know folks are going to want to, chat about, but I'm trying to use that time to be able to bring you some new clips. And it takes a long time to make just a handful of those. The 1-0 pitch right there at the knees on the edge. It's 1-1. And I stay so busy with the radio show and other things that it's really hard to squeeze in the time to do those. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2. 96 miles an hour right down the pipe. Michael Talkman is 0 for 2. He did walk in the first, stole a base, and scored a run. That was the one run that A.J. Smith-Shawver allowed in his hitless duty of 3 2/3. The 1-2. Jimenez lifts the red glove, lets her go. Down and in, 2-2. Good take by Talkman on the slider. He's trying to work his way aboard with Nico Horner standing on deck. We're in the top of the 7th inning. Braves lead at 5-2. The 2-2. Down below the knees, 3-2. Now back to whoever, I can't remember who that was that was asking about the blackout, but the thing that could affect it, and we'll get more into this either later tonight or tomorrow, Is the 3-2 pitch. Caught, looking, strike 3. Talkman doesn't like it, but he'll go grab his glove because there ain't a whole lot he can do. No, right, he's the DH. He'll just go grab some pine. We'll be back in a flash.
He only has 3 rings.
We got a tie. We need to fix it. We need a tiebreaker.
I agree. Ties are not acceptable in fantasy football. Fantasy football is about proving that you are better than your friends, not equally as good as your friends, okay? It's not communism. We're not coveting Billy Joel cassette tapes and wearing ill-fitting blue jeans.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Braves Country HD is coming your way live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on the Key. We're talking Major League Baseball, all the college spring sports, and the majors all spring and summer long. So keep up with your Atlanta Braves weekdays live 3 to 5 on Braves Country HD. And make sure to catch our play-by-play Braves Country Baseball all summer long.
It's the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com/radio. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com/radio today and get a lawn to be proud of.
It is a haunted game in which every player is measured against the ghosts of all who have gone before. Most of all, it is about time and timelessness, speed and grace, failure and loss, imperishable hope, and coming home.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead this one 5-2. We missed I got sidetracked. We'll play the 7th inning stretch at the end of the 7th. That is my fault. I apologize. The 1-0 pitch misses outside for ball, 2-0. Wisniewski back to work. Ozzie Albies, righty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way. High and inside. 3-0. So a 3-0 count. Pitch on the way, swung on, rifled down the right field line, but foul. Man, Ozzie Albies is really swinging a hot stick right now. Yeah, I don't think I can find it either. But the short of the story on that with the blackout restrictions on the playoffs is the 3-1 pitch misses, high, ball 4. So Ozzie Albies will head on down to first. 1 on, nobody out. Austin Riley, who is a home run away from the cycle. Single, triple, 2-run score. He's 3 for 3. Got to be swinging from the downs here, right? The first pitch on the way, swing and a miss. He came out of his shoes on that one. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch on the way, down and away, 1-1. If he gets a cycle, I hope he gets it home plate and rips up the plate so the Cubs announcers can complain about that too. The 1-1. Wisniewski kicks and deals. Swing, pops it up. That ain't going to make it happen. Can of corn. Nico Horner's got it, and there's one away. But on those blackout restrictions, the short of it is this. Our games are not going to be on Fox this year. It's going to be on TBS. So you won't be blacked out from where you live. You'll just be blacked out if you don't have TBS. The American League is going to be on Fox and FS1 and all that stuff. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson is a strike at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. The Mets lead 1-0, and I believe it's raining. They are in the top of the ninth. 0-1 to, as soon as I say that, the Marlins just tied the game up. So it is 1-1 in the top of the ninth as Wisniewski flips it over there to keep Ozzie close by. I've never heard of this guy pitching for the Mets. Some guy by the name of Kay. I don't know if he was selling peanuts earlier in the night, but he's in there pitching to the Marlins with the game on the line. The 0-1 pitch, high and out of the zone, 1-1. I believe that Buck Showalter knows he's getting fired, so he's probably just phoning it in. Literally. The 1-1 to Olson. Kicks and deals. Swing and a miss up top. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. See a question about the Orioles. The Orioles won tonight. They clinched the American League East. It's cool to see a fresh face into the playoffs, just as long as that fresh face isn't the one that knocks us out. So we'll reset here on a 1-2 count. Wisniewski, righty-lefty matchup. Matt Olson, who's 1 for 3 with a bomb. Pitch on the way, high and out of the zone. Try to get him to chase 97, about letter high, 2-2. The Packers are getting pounded at home by Detroit. They are up 24-3. About to head to half. The 2-2 pitch. Caught, looking, strike 3. That was a nasty little bender that started on the outer cut. I thought it was staying on the outer edge. That was a sweeper, had some tight action, almost like a slider, like a wiffle ball. So Matt Olson's down on strikes. That's the best pitch he has thrown. He needs to bottle that. Marcell Ozuna will come to the plate. He's 0 for 2. The first pitch on the way just misses outside. It's 1-0. Ozuna 0 for 2. Walk in the third, 37 home runs, 93 RBI. The 1-0 to Marcell. Kicks and deals. Down and away, 2-0. So a 2-0 count to Ozuna. Braves lead at 5-2 here in the bottom of the 7th. Wisniewski comes set. The pitch goes inside. Called for a strike. Ozuna doesn't like it. I can't blame him on that one. That one looked a touch inside, but he's been giving the wide strikes tonight. Like I said with Rippinger, the one thing I will say with him, he doesn't give the ridiculously wide strikes. If it's in the neighborhood, he gives you the neighborhood. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 96, well inside, but you know that last strike probably affected the swing on Marcell. So a 2-2 count. AJ Minter warming up in the Atlanta Braves bullpen. Miami has jumped out to a 2-1 lead. They are in the top of the 9th. But the popcorn vendor on the mound for the Mets, it's not looking good for those pulling against the Marlins tonight. The 2-2. Turns around, flips it over to second, trying to keep Ozzie close by. So now you got deuces wild. Not only do you have 2 outs and a 2-2 count, but that is the second move to first. Wisniewski lets her rip. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That'll end the inning. We'll be back in a flash, and we're going to make up for the missed bottom of the 7th. Braves lead it 5-2.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. All one. Three. We out to the ball game. We out to the find me something up and try to down. I don't care. I am still I go with for
It's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be all game. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me
You sound better tonight.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. AJ Minter coming into the game. AJ Minter enters with as he'll face Nico Horner, Ian Happ, and Bellinger. First pitch on the way from AJ is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. AJ Minter, a 3.73 ERA. 32% strikeout rate, 35% ground ball rate. The 1-0 pitch swung on and rifled down the left field line. That is a fair ball, but a good carom. Nice hustle by Rosario and getting the ball back in there quickly. It's just a long single. Where that ball was hit down there near the corner, you would have thought that was going to be 2 bases for sure, but a good job by Eddie getting down there and keeping it to just 1. So silver lining, 1 on, nobody out. Ian Happ stands in. The first pitch on the way to Happ is well inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves 1 win away from the best record in baseball secured, and will have home field advantage throughout the playoffs. Baltimore has already won. They secured the AL East championship. How weird was that? Did y'all see that as the 1-0 pitch down there below the knees for, they call that a strike. It's 1-1. The Tampa Bay Rays, 10 days after securing a playoff berth, as the pitch right there for a strike, 1-1. The 1-1 pitch swung on, tap foul off the plate. It's 1-2. 10 days after they secured a playoff berth last night, they celebrated their playoff berth because they had the day off the next day. They didn't say it, but I honestly believe they did that because I don't think they wanted to celebrate because they were still chasing down the division, and considering that the magic number was 1 for Baltimore going into today, they went ahead and had a celebration. Like, it wasn't said, but I honestly think that's what it was. So a 1-2 count as they flip the ball over to first. By the way, Mets and Marlins, that game is in the ninth, top of the ninth, 2-1 Miami. They're about to go into a rain delay. The 1-2 pitch off the plate wide, 2-2. I don't know how long that delay is going to be, but you know the Mets fans are going home. There's no way they're sitting around waiting on that. The 2-2. Minter lets her fly. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 96 up top, blew it right by him. And there's one away. Good hard cheese at the top of the zone. Happ was a touch behind it. He must have been trying to time up that cutter. That'll bring Cody Bellinger to the plate. Bellinger, who's 0 for 3, dangerous stick from the left side. Lefty-lefty matchup. AJ flips it over to first again. Really preoccupied with the runner over there on first, but, I mean, you got a 3-run lead. The first offering from AJ to Bellinger. Swing and a miss up top, 95, top shelf inner cut. It's 0-1. Might have chased one a tad out of the zone inside. Texas and Seattle, they are just underway, scoreless. Seattle has to pretty much sweep Texas for any chance of making the playoffs. The 0-1 pitch. Up top for a strike, it's 0-2. The 0-2. Lefty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way. Swing and fouls it out of play. So an 0-2 count. Yeah, there's no way Acuna's getting 4 home runs in the next 4 days. Or 5 more steals for that matter. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on, foul back out of play. Just got a piece of that one. Considering the fact he may not even play the next 3 nights, he'll play 2 of them, but there's a good chance he takes a night off. The 0-2. Minter lets her fly. Off the plate, wide, 1-2. So a 1-2 count from Minter. They set up outside, pitch on the way, just got a piece of that to spoil it. Do it again at 1-2. Every time I see Nico Horner, though, I can't help it. It's spelled differently, but I always think of Bob. That was one of my favorite players when I was a kid. The third baseman. I thought he was a great third baseman. He really wasn't. The 1-2 pitch, swung on, grounded up the middle, dribbled through the infield. That's going to be a base hit. Runner will go first to third. We'll have runners on the corners. 1 out. And trouble brewing with Suzuki coming to the plate. Just hit it in a perfect spot the way that defense was set up. If they were doing a traditional double play depth, Ozzie probably gets to that and gets one of the 4 outs. Just a slow roller that got through the infield, which allowed the runner to go from first to third. So tying run at the plate. Suzuki stands in. Pitch on the way. Down and in. It's 1-0. Suzuki 2 for 3. A single, a double, an RBI. 20 home runs on the year. The 1-0 pitch just misses outside, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. AJ comes set and lets her rip. Right there, top of the zone. Good cutter. It's 2-1. Runners on the corners, one out. A double play would get you out of this. But the tying runner stands at home plate. Dansby Swanson stands on deck. Candelario in the hole if the Cubs can keep it going. Cubs in a desperate fight for the wild card. Reds were off today. Marlins have a 2-1 lead in the ninth. It has gone to a rain delay. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's rifled into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. It is now 5-3. Acuna gets the ball back in quickly. So runners on first and second. One out. Dansby Swanson coming to the plate. Good piece of hitting by Suzuki. Pitch was tailing in on him, and he just inside outed it. Sent it over to the right side. Braves once again are in that shift, so there was a huge hole between first and second. First pitch on the way to Dansby Swanson. Outside for a ball, it's 1-0. Swanson 0 for 2, hit by pitch in the sixth. Braves lead it just 5-3 now. The 1-0 pitch. Outside wide, 2-0. So a 2-0 count to Swanson. Candelario stands on deck. Minter coming unraveled here. 20 pitches in the inning. The 2-0. Swung on, grounded hard to Arcia. It's going to be a 6-4-3 inning-ending double play, and that'll end the inning. We'll head to the bottom of the eighth. Your Atlanta Braves 5, the Cubs 3.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Whatever We Have in Stock Are Us, your one-stop place to shop for whatever we happen to have lying around at the time.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
I apologize for the distractions. It's not what he said, you ignorant wretch. Spanish is worse than your English.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
I saw a sign on this door that said exit only. So I entered it, and I went up to the guy working there, and I was like, I have some good news.
I see great things in baseball. It's our game, the American game. It will take our people out of doors, fill them with oxygen, give them a larger physical stoicism, tend to relieve us from being a nervous, dyspeptic set, repair these losses, and be a blessing to us. Walt Whitman.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead this one 5-3. Wesneski will go back to work. And the first pitch to Eddie Rosario is a swing and a miss strike up top. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on and missed up top, 95 miles an hour. Misses outside wide, 1-1. It was a touch behind on one of my monitors. The 1-1. Kicks and deals. just misses outside wide, 2-1. So he started him off with a couple of fastballs, tried to get him to chase the change outside. There is a theme. They are trying to live on the outer edge here. The 2-1 pitch swung on and missed up top. It's 2-2. We've seen a lot of pitchers in the second half of the season going up top on Eddie Rosario. Of course, his wheelhouse is right there, sweet spot down and in like most left-handers. Eddie asked for time. Standing on deck is Travis d'Arnaud, the 2-2. Swing and fouls it back 96 miles an hour. It's 2-2. Braves 5, Cubs 3. Los Bravos night here in Atlanta, Georgia. The 2-2. Wesneski, his 28th pitch of the night. Bender misses outside wide. He wanted the call on that. It was a pretty good sweeper, but did not get the outer edge up top. It's a full count to Eddie Rosario. The righty comes set, the payoff pitch. Swing and hits it high down the left field line, fairly deep, making the catch in foul territory. Just enough room over there before the wall would cut him off, and there's one away. Good play by Ian Happ. We got that corner that cuts down into the deep part of left field, and he had just enough room. A few more rows back, and that falls harmlessly foul. Travis d'Arnaud comes to the plate. D'Arnaud 0 for 3, takes a swing at the first pitch he sees, fouls it back. Pitch looked a bit out of the zone. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Righty, kicks and deals. Down and in, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. I think they will get the home run record, yes. They got 3 more nights to do it, and it's against the Washington pitching staff. The 1-1. Pitch on the way. Swung on, banged foul. High chopper just past the third base side. It's 1-2. The 1-2 count. Yeah, that whole thing with the Cubs announcers, I mean, that was just sour apples, what it was. The 1-2 pitch, high and out of the zone, 2-2. I think that's a frustrated group who've watched the Cubs team lose a lot of games recently, and they were just frustrated because there's nothing really wrong with what Acuna did there. The 2-2 pitch swung on, chop foul, 3-2. I mean, I remember, what was that, 20-something years ago? The Ricky Henderson did the same thing at third base and grabbed the microphone and said, "I am the greatest," as only Ricky can do. The 2-2. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Travis d'Arnaud, his struggles continue, and they're still away. So 2 down. I'll tell you what, if they're going to give Ozuna a night off these next 3 nights, they need to put both those catchers in the lineup and let him hit because they need reps. I just think this in and out of the lineup stuff is killing them. First pitch on the way to Money Mike. Swung on and hit high and deep in a center field. It's going to die just before the warning track for a loud out number 3. We'll be back in a flash. The bullpen doors are opening. Braves lead it by 2, heading to the top of the 9th.
The Almighty says this must be a fashionable fight. It's drawn the finest people.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Let's keep the Dodgers in Brooklyn. Our house is not a home without some...
But, I want to say one thing in all seriousness. I feel sorry for you people that don't drink. I mean it, because when you wake up in the morning, that's as good as you're going to feel all day.
Armchair.
Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs. You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
One summer day in 1839 at Cooperstown, New York, on the shores of Lake Otsego, the local academy was playing a game of town ball against Green's select school. The rules of town ball were so loose that every hit was fair, and boys sometimes ran headlong into one another. That day, an academy player named Abner Doubleday sat down and on the spot drew up the rules for a brand new game and called it baseball. Abner Doubleday would eventually become a hero at the Battle of Gettysburg, and his game would become the national pastime, or so the legend has it. Abner Doubleday really was a distinguished soldier, but he was at West Point, not Cooperstown, that summer. Never claimed to have had anything to do with baseball, may never have even seen a professional game.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead this one 5-3. We head to the top of the ninth inning, and eyeglasses. Raisel Iglesias comes to the mound. Iglesias, 2.85 ERA, 66 strikeouts in 53 2/3 innings, 31 saves and 35 opportunities. First pitch on the way from Eyeglasses is way outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 right there at the knees for a strike. It's 1-1. So a 1-1 count to Candelario from the left side of the plate. Righty-lefty matchup. Candelario calls for time. Colorado 9-3 over LA, which I'm sure they've mailed that one in. The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's rifled into the corner. Down. Is it fair? It is just foul. And I mean just foul. Maybe 6 inches? I mean, if that. Just a few inches right of the right field line. That was a close one. Candelario can't believe it. He came back. I don't know how he did that. His bat was standing straight up when he came back to the plate. Maybe that was Darno that did that for him. The 1-2 pitch from Iglesias. Caught, looking, strike 3. He absolutely buckled him at the knees, and there's one away. Good pitch. It's a slider that just grabbed the outer edge. I think Candelario thought that ball was going to fade off the plate, and it took a left turn at Albuquerque, and there's one away. That'll bring Yan Gomes to the plate. He's 0 for 3. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch, swung on, fouled down the line. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Got one more I want to squeeze in here on the turn back time, by the way. The 0-1 pitch. Up high, swing and a miss, strike. It's 0-2. This is about as Mets can be. In 1962 on this date, in front of only 595 fans at Wrigley Field, the Cubs beat the Mets. The 0-2 pitch, swung on, grounded over to short. Arcee's got it, flips it over to first, and there's 2 away. So, Cubs beating the Mets on this date in front of 595 fans in the first meeting in Major League history where 2 teams lost 100 games had met. The Mets will split the remaining 2 games, finishing the season 40-120. That is still the mark for the worst record in the history of Major League Baseball. First pitch on the way from Iglesias to Mastroboni. Of course, we would end this series facing this guy. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss outside. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Pitch on the way, swung on, grounded over to third. Olson's got it, flips it to Iglesias, and that's it. Your Atlanta Braves have secured the number 1 seed in all of Major League Baseball. How about that? Eyeglasses comes in, 3 up, 3 down, slams the door. And we don't know who we're playing. We don't know what time we're playing, but we do know this. The road to the World Series in 2023 comes through Atlanta, Georgia. We had a lot of folks tonight that we could probably give the game ball to. But everything considering, and I know they pulled them early, but I think we need to give the game ball to Mr. A.J. Smith-Shawver. AJ, if you're just joining us, had himself a pretty darn good outing. We had not seen this young man in a few weeks, and he just went out there tonight and decided to fire no-hit baseball for 3 2/3 innings. A.J. Smith-Shawver went 3 2/3. He gave up a run, but no hits, 2 strikeouts, and I thought he looked pretty darn good all in all. Kyle Wright will get the win. Jimenez and Mentor will get holds, and Iglesias will get his 32nd save. I would have given it to Austin Riley, but this kid hasn't pitched much. And if he can pitch the way he pitched tonight, it could be huge in October. Y'all have a great night. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. And we are the 1 seed in Major League Baseball. We are going to do a game tomorrow night and have some fun with that as we welcome in the Washington Nationals. We will see you pitch by pitch, play by play for your Atlanta Braves. We'll be here at the start of the game tomorrow. None of that, no pop-up meetings tomorrow night. So appreciate everybody who kind of helped me cover for that in the first couple of innings. Goat and everybody who kind of passed the word along. And we'll get more into what that meeting was about, but it should be some good stuff for Braves country going forward. Atlanta Braves win it. They sweep the Cubs, a team that is fighting for the playoffs, and that is a great sign heading to October. Pre-game show tomorrow will start at about 6:20, probably closer to 6:15. We will see you tomorrow night, Braves country. How about them Bravos?
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same back time, same back channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W. Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of two X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Casey at the bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with one inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, Strike two! Fraud! Cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.